have a very limited understanding of their relevance when it comes to them accessing culture. And that's very striking in two respects. First of all, because the people that we interview were active on the political scene, were doing advocacy, and so it was quite interesting that they didn't consider copyright law worth advocating for or acknowledging. And secondly, we were also surprised that people really had very limited knowledge of copyright, even when accessing content online, digital content, etc. We noticed that organizations of people with disabilities have a generally better knowledge of copyright law than organizations of people belonging to minorities, and is clearly connected to the fact that we do have a disability exception in copyright law, and this is long-standing because, albeit it was optional, that dates back to the original InfoSoc directive. We also see that organizations of persons with disabilities do have a limited knowledge of the Marrakesh Treaty, but they do know it exists. Sometimes they don't know it has been implemented by the European Union. But what is important to note is that they often deviate the conversation and they move on to speak about accessibility legislation rather than copyright per se. If we look at the barriers, well, we see again the findings, our findings confirm previous research. And on the one hand, we are reassured, okay, we found something that already other people found. On the other hand, we should question ourselves and our policies, because we found that there are still underlying societal barriers, the digital divide, financial barriers, structural barriers linked to social disadvantage. There is a lack of representation in cultural content, both for people with disabilities and people belonging to minorities. There are stereotypical representations. Both of those groups highlighted how cultural content at the moment is not suitable for them. For people belonging to minorities, there are particularly linguistic barriers that they highlighted as a challenge for them to access cultural content. And there is also a sense of disempowerment. Disempowerment in the sense that they feel they are excluded from the places in which decisions are taken, both at the national and at the supranational level. If we look at the patterns, we see that language or linguistic barriers, financial barriers, and also privacy barriers are the barriers that people belonging to minorities encounter the most. When it comes to privacy, we in particular spoke to people that said we don't have devices, so there is one device per the community, and we have to share that device. So what we watch, the access we have to digital cultural content is somewhat looked at by other people, and privacy is a concern for them. And this is particularly for the Roma community that is particularly socially disadvantaged. Persons with disabilities focused on accessibility, again, unsurprisingly, if you want, but what we felt is also that they told us that the copyright exception needs to be linked to accessibility legislation better, and that the conception of accessibility that we have is still too narrow and still focused on physical accessibility. Accessibility of cultural content is always an afterthought. Zooming in finally on the results of the Marrakesh survey. So this survey was addressed a particular cohort of people who were blind or visually impairment, who are the traditional cohort of the disability exception, although the Marrakesh Treaty has a broader scope. What we tested again is that they have very limited knowledge of the actual content of the Marrakesh Treaty, what it does provide. We'd also raised the question of, how limited is the knowledge among, the general public about those pieces of legislation. And then in terms of the effects, there is the need for more research in this respect, but we felt that, or we found that there is an increased access when it comes to printed material in accessible formats, which signal that the Marrakesh Treaty or the Marrakesh exception is displaying some effects, and then the best access or the best access experience was testified by people using Braille books, which also tells us something about digitization and the fact that when it comes to digital products, the Marrakesh exception has not been that successful, or not yet. So what is the way forward? Well, first of all, when it comes to the disability-specific exception, we think that a wider notion of disability, so the one that is actually adopted in EU law more generally, in the European Accessibility Act, in non-discrimination law, should also extend to copyright law, as well as the copyright disability exception should be extended beyond the limit of the Marrakesh and harmonized across the European Union. We should leverage the combined effect of disability copyright exception and EU accessibility legislation. When it comes to minorities, of course, we see that copyright law is somewhat blind towards them, and so raising awareness about the potential for copyright law to support them through the use of flexibilities, of different flexibilities, would be important. But it's also important to address vulnerability, and so not to forget about the digital divide, the structural barriers, and to better connect copyright law with other social and cultural policies, because discussing copyright law in a silo doesn't make any favor to end users that belong to vulnerable groups. Last but not least, audience development policies, again, which are broader, might support a better access to culture for those groups beyond the flexibilities of EU copyright law. Thank you.
Thank you. That was... So, Natalia, sit here. So I guess let me just say two things. First of all, thank our speaker, because I think we can see the amount of work that's behind the results that they just shared with us. And also what I really like is how their works come together to start showing us a puzzle, and it seems, I have the feeling that by the end of today, we will see all the pieces of this puzzle, which is what, such a big and important European project is about, just trying to put everything together. And this is, and this is just one work package. So we will see what we will know by the end of today. So that said, I'm going to give the floor to our three commentators. We have Séverine Duzolier, who's professor of law at Sciences Po School of Law in Paris, Alejandro Moledo, who's deputy director at European Disability Forum, and Christophe Schmon, who's international policy director at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So thanks for being with us. If you could just sit there if you prefer, and if you just want to share one, maybe 2 points with us about what we just heard. Go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
I will stay here.
Yeah.
Thank you. So first, I would like to congratulate all of you for your massive work. As has just been said, I think that what you did is really huge, and I really congratulate you of everything that you did in only 3 years and not 39. And those 3 years included COVID, so we all know how it slowed down all our work and capacity for meeting and discussing, etc. So I'm sure that your work will become a reference, and it will be always be there for scholarship and people working in copyright. So thank you for this too. Of course, commenting this in 8 minutes is an impossible task, and I will not be able also, and it's only a part of all the reCreating work, But and I fear also that I won't do justice to all the subtleties and all the outcomes that you have produced. So what I would like to do is just to highlight a few concepts that you use and maybe some question I have about your choices for those concepts and how you have actually defined them. So it might sound a bit critical to you, but it's not to critique your work, it's mostly to look at it from a different perspective, I would say. So don't take it as a negative assessment of what you did, because it's really not. So first, it's actually the 3 words that I will try to comment, and I don't know if I will have time in the 8 minutes, so maybe the last one will disappear. It's the flexibility, end users, and piracy and pirates. So flexibility first, you told us that it was defined as any regulatory tool contributing to copyright balance, but actually you mostly focus on exceptions and limitations and on public domain that is included. You don't really look at the scope of exclusive rights, for instance, or the eligibility to copyright protection, etc. And it's fine, I think. But I think also that you don't look either at actually the flexibility of the system itself. So you look at the systems, at what you put under the terminology of flexibility is the derogation and exemption from full copyright enforcement and protection. And I think that that was a bit surprising to me, because I remember that you invited me to talk, I think it was already 2 years ago, on flexibility of copyright exceptions. And actually you don't look at the ability of limitation and exception to be flexible or to adapt to different circumstances or to different users, but you mostly look at the list of exceptions that it comes from the 2001-2009 sets of directives, and how those flexibility exist, are interpreted, are used, are implemented in national laws, which is fine. But my point here is that actually, paradoxically, you seem to confirm the immutability of rights and the configuration of exceptions and limitations in the margins. And of course, I know the limitations of having EU funding for doing such type of research, but I think that what is really interesting is to show this system as it is now and across the member state, and maybe from there, the next stage would be to look at how actually it is really flexible. So that was my first point on flexibility. And you will have to stop me at some point, because
I will.
Time, so please do. I give you the power to do that.
Okay.
The second terms that I would like to comment is end users. I was also puzzled by the use of that term. You seem to use end users as a synonym of beneficiaries of exceptions, and maybe to, because also, and it was in Peter's part, you rely, but it might be in relation to end user licensing agreements, but you look at the definition that was given by Pascal Châtelain, and actually you seem to look at users that are lawful users, so users who have already gotten access to copyrighted works, and in a different way, users as consumers, so users that are already individualized units of a public, whether they are navigating in social media, whether they are subscribing to streaming platforms or other digital services, but they are actually individuals that those digital services providers are able to identify. So it's not a general public, And I'm still, and I've been, I think, more than 20 years that I'm really, really saddened by the evolution of copyright, of the public in copyright, to this addition of individual users, because I think we lose something here a lot. And actually, I think that in the beneficiary of exception, you have, you're right, the end users. What I would like the end users, I mean, the consumer, and even the consumer, I don't like that term, but the person that enjoys music, film, books, etc. So cultural content that is recipient reads it, intellectually absorb it. And then you have other users that might also be beneficiaries of exceptions that are actually institutions that rely on some exception to provide some access to the public to copyrighted works beyond the market. So you have the regular access to copyright works through the market, the fact that you subscribe to a streaming platform, that you buy a book, that you buy a ticket for a cinema and watch a film, but then you have all the other ways of diffusing content, cultural content through an audience, through a public. And I think it's not end users. There are users that are there to organize a cultural regime beyond what the market does with the right holders. And both are not equal, but they are both important. So I don't want to undermine the importance of the market and copyright exploitation, but I think the other, the libraries, the schools, the galleries, they are important too in that sense. And I think that I was missing that, but maybe we will have it with the glass session later on. So, this is the next piece of the puzzle that will be added. So that was my point. And I don't know if I still have 2 minutes on piracy and pirates.
No.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
So just to say that there was a time in copyright scholarship where that terminology of piracy and pirates was more contested, and we didn't dare to say it right out. We say it in brackets. We said pirates. So here again, I was puzzled by the fact that the term was embraced so directly. And it's
Thank you, Serena. So, Alejandro. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Well, many thanks. Alejandro Moledo from the European Disability Forum. For those who don't know us, EDF is the organization that brings together the European disability movement. So we have members such as the European Blind Union, the European Federation of Hard of Hearing, Autism Europe, Inclusion Europe, people with intellectual disabilities. And we are mainly an advocacy organization trying to make sure that the EU and all the member states implement the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We've been working very intensively on accessibility policies. EDF as such, we've been coordinating all the political influence that led to the adoption of the European Accessibility Act, whereas we were supporting our members, particularly the European Blind Union and the European Dyslexia Association in their lobby efforts towards the adoption of the Marrakesh Treaty. The way in which we've been approaching these concepts of accessibility and the Marrakesh Treaty, all these policies, the copyright exceptions, and in my short intervention, I hope, please cut me if I'm also long, I will try to make a kind of an interpretation or my understanding on some of the takeaways from Professor Ferry's intervention. And one of the surprising messages was that apparently disability organizations and persons with disabilities. Okay, sorry. Is it on? Yeah. So apparently, yes, now it's definitely on. Okay, good. So one of the messages was that disability organizations and persons with disabilities are not so much aware of these copyright exceptions and the, let's say, the legal framework as for copyrights. And the reasons behind, in our view, can be, first of all, that these copyright exceptions, as it was mentioned in one of the presentations, have been there for long. And the reason is that, obviously, in the past, say, the analog or the printed materials constituted a barrier for many persons with disabilities, and therefore you had to allow these flexibilities for recognized entities, which could be libraries, could be the blind organization, as is the case of Spain, for example, to produce the so-called accessible format. And by this we mean Braille, we mean easy to read for people with intellectual disabilities, large print, and so forth. But another reason, which I think is the main one, why the disability community is moving to the let's say, focus on the accessibility side of things is that the times have changed, and now we have, as it was mentioned by the second keynote speaker, now with technology we have the possibility, and this is the key, my key message is to produce cultural content that is accessible by default, at least for a certain group of users or end users. So actually that's the purpose of the European Accessibility Act. The European Accessibility Act is a market access directive harmonizing accessibility requirements of a list of products and services, including computers, smartphones, tablets, electronic communications, access to the visual services, and e-books. E-books are one of the services harmonized by the European Accessibility Act. And e-readers as well, because obviously you need the hardware in order to access the software. And also the service itself, because okay, you can have an e-book accessible, but then the distribution, how you access that e-book, need to be accessible as well. And you need to provide information on how accessible is that ebook, because accessibility is not a black-white issue. You cannot say that something is absolutely accessible for absolutely everyone. And therefore, the Accessibility Act harmonizes a set of requirements that ebooks need to take into, to incorporate when designing this format, these files, let's say, in order for them to be accessible to persons with disabilities. And the good thing is that in this case, the publishers industry, they are, I would say that they are one of the sectors most ready and happy to embrace the Accessibility Act and work on it and make their industry more inclusive and accessible, which is great. A different story was the Marrakesh Treaty, but that's another story. But in this case, the standard to make sure that an ebook is accessible is already there. It's the EPUB standard, the standard that is already used by industry, because it includes all the accessibility requirements that, for example, we use for accessible website or accessible document, like labeling the headings, make sure that the markup is correct, and so forth. So it provides a greater extent of accessibility features for the user. So now if you go to Amazon or if you go to another provider and the ebook, the file, the EPUB file is correctly coded following the accessibility standard that they have and they are using, and the Accessibility Act will oblige them to use, the ebook will be accessible. Which is important to underline as well, doesn't mean that we don't need the Marrakesh Treaty and we don't need copyright exceptions, because there will always be somebody, persons with disabilities, certain groups of persons with disabilities who will require the accessible formats, specifically designed for them. And here we mean books in Braille, we mean large print, for example, we mean easy to read books, adaptations of books, and so forth. So in that case, we still need that the Marrakesh Treaty is well implemented. And in this regard, and this is one of the main policy recommendations from the European Blind Union that we very much support as well, is not to go into allowing, as the EU introduced when they ratified the Marrakesh Treaty, the possibility for compensation, because at the end of the day, it's like you need to compensate the right holders to ensure that you have the right to access something that they didn't produce in an accessible manner. So in our advocacy, we'll make sure that we oppose this kind of compensations. And to conclude, and also something that Delia mentioned, in addition to moving the conversation towards more accessibility, which is, again, it's true, we move the conversation to accessibility by default, but also we need to acknowledge that assistive and accessible formats will always be needed, and therefore this copyright exception. But my final point is this statement on going beyond Marrakesh, and this is something that we've been, and we are currently working as well in EDF, is that okay, we are talking, I was talking mostly about books, but what about films? I mean, in this case, we have the Audiovisual Media Service Directive. The Accessibility Act provides certain accessibility requirements to access the audiovisual content, but the content itself, the film, the program, must be accessible by default. So they should come with subtitles with a description for the blind or with sign language interpretation in certain cases. All right, but what happens when, because of copyright, a platform or a broadcaster cannot add the audio description? Because then the right holder says, no, sorry, you cannot add a description because it's my work, and then you are distorting or changing my work. And in this case, we are also advocating to go beyond the Marrakech Treaty and go to ensure that when something has not been designed in an accessible manner, and we know and we have the legislation and the standards, the accessibility standard to make sure to make it accessible, the copyright will not be a barrier for distributors, for audiovisual media service providers to ensure that the content, what the services that they provide to users come accessible by default.
Thank you, Alejandro.
So I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. I'm going to leave the floor to Christophe.
Yeah, thank you so much, especially to the speakers for the excellent presentations and for the organizers for having me. I really appreciate the work that has been done by reCreating Europe. There's a ton of work that you folks produce that will help to systematize the legal state of play. It also provides a very useful reality check of practices for online platforms. So well done. Let me briefly explain where we come from before creating a few points to the presentations. For the Electronic Frontier Foundation, corporate policy is supposed to encourage creativity, should help us to share comments online, to criticize, to rework, to be creative online, and to have access to a common culture. What we don't want is that copyright enforcement is a tool to discourage speech and creativity. And some of you may know that EFF, we've criticized a lot the 2019 copyright reform and copyright policy in general, that it doesn't strike the right balance between rights holders, platforms, and end users, how it operates with inflexible exceptions, and that end users perhaps are going to pay the price for that. Now turning to the reports and the findings of the reports, I feel that our impressions are somewhat confirmed, As Katarina, you have explained, that we may have now some more convergence across the European Union, but there's still a great deal of fragmentation and difficult clusterization of copyright. It makes it very tricky to see through the mist that surrounds the copyright laws. It's such a piecemeal approach and real patchwork that makes it so difficult to generalize. We would need to develop those horizontal principles that should inform copyright flexibility, so we don't see that. And I think that there's a real risk of corporate policy lock-in, that now it will be an age of continuous, endless interpretive convention about how to understand rights and obligations. And meanwhile, technology is going to develop, innovation is not going to stop. We've heard today about ChatGPT and Midjourney and the new problems and interest that are involved. And it's very difficult to understand how now, let's say, Article 17 of the Copyright Directive is supposed to apply to those situations. And in this respect, I found the empirical analysis of the end-user license agreements by Peter very insightful for the question, and it's very important for civil society organizations, to analyze whether we can rely on incumbent online platforms to bring a positive change. And I think the reports have revealed that platforms haven't done much to introduce copyright exceptions. The current agreements are tilted towards rights holders, and they're often a tool for platforms to exercise dominance over users. For me, this finding is not a surprise. I'm also not sure whether this is because of the US dependency or the lack of implementation in European member states, but perhaps platforms just be quite comfortable with their business model. During the negotiation of Article 17, we had articulated that Article 17 could further cement platform dominance and help actually platforms to use the words of the reports to tighten their grip on potential use of their service. I think that the work done by reCreating Europe now shows that in an age of platformization, we have dominant layers of utilized corporate rules and the only array of options on contract law to have normative legitimacy. And I think that this is a real risk now that we will see a de facto dominance hierarchy where we see that corporate rights holders are going to sit on top of the pyramid and control what technology is going to develop, and platforms are going to act as de facto enforcers of corporate law and their asymmetric pricing obligations and the bottom of the pyramid. So we see that it's a real risk. In this respect, I found the finding quite interesting about the vertical and horizontal competition. Be this as peaceful competition, usually peaceful competition is that. What I find interesting is that those competition shapes UGC and business flexibility in services, which also shows points nicely to the elephant in the room, which is the importance of looking at copyright through the lenses of market competition incentives. I think these incentives have been more important when it comes to vulnerable groups who face structural barriers. So how do we go ahead? I'm a policy person, so I allow myself to suggest some policy changes. I think, first of all, it's super important for national states to get the hierarchies right, and that we try to achieve interpretive convergence in favor of end users. And states should use the black letter of the law to ensure that the exceptions are considered user rights, and that flexibilities are interpreted in a fundamental rights friendly way. This includes ex-ante protection and, of course, protection of vulnerable persons. And perhaps this is an option for the European Commission to update the guidance document, to revitalize stakeholder dialogues at EU level, and make sure that society organizations have part in that. And from a midterm perspective, I guess there will be no other options than to reconsider the approach to harmonization of corporate flexibilities, perhaps seeking to simplify and generalize the doctrines in light of current power dynamics. And I hope that the reports can trigger this discussion.
Thank you, Christoph. So we have time for 2-3 very quick comments or questions from the audience. Otherwise, I know that our speakers, would want to react to the comments, but I think it's important also to open it up if anyone wants to intervene. Okay, so guys, if you want to react to the comments, 2 minutes. Yes, well, yes, we want you, Caterina.
Very, very briefly. Thanks a lot for your comments. It's really precious. After 3 years of work, sometimes you tend to lose connection with everything that is external to your own research, because you dig into it so much. Then it's very difficult to remain connected. I start with what you were saying, Severin, and in fact, this was one of our biggest regrets, that we couldn't really go over a certain scope by covering also what doesn't belong to traditional external measures, looking at the extension of rights, for example. And if it was just about desk research, probably this could have been done. Relying on national experts, that would have required a level of detail that was actually not feasible. But thanks for the suggestion, because I see this as a potential way forward for the database itself. Because we plan to share with the community of copyright scholars copyright flexibilities. The idea will be, in fact, to constitute an editorial board with representatives from member states. Scholars will take ownership of the website, and will help us keeping it updated. So probably that's the way forward in the next years, and your comments will be for sure taken into account. But I don't want to monopolize the discussion, so I leave the floor to the other speakers.
Better, Dalia, do you want to say anything?
So
just a reaction to Alejandro. So thank you very much for your comment. Just one point, because the time is very limited, with regard to the Marrakesh exception. So there was a study published in April 2022 by the Commission that substantially took a very nuanced position on the need to expand the scope, ratione materie, of the exception. However, I do think that there is, the findings were not considered conducive to any clear-cut conclusion, and I think there is the need to rediscuss the scope, both ratione persone and ratione materie of the Marrakesh exception, because leverage accessibility legislation in combination with copyright law, I think is essential to grant access to people with disabilities, broader access to cultural content. So I think that the work on the Marrakesh exception and broadly speaking on the disability exception within copyright law is not finished. We need to think and go beyond what is the state of art. That's at least my opinion, and what emerged also from the research.
Thank you. I think that time, time is a dictator. So we have to finish here. I just want to say one final word. A lot has been done, but it seems that there is room for another project. So join me in thanking our speakers and our commentators for this fantastic panel.
So, very quick time for those of you who couldn't take a seat to take a seat now, and now a shift between one panel and another one. We are accruing a bit of delay, which is not a disaster because we had some buffering at the end, but I'm asking our next chair to be even tougher than
we
Lila
take
was.
the hit. Is the presentation already there?
Your presentation should be, no, probably not. The only problem is that they actually...
You in particular.
Here we go. So share, it's here, the USB.
It will be extremely.
I'm so happy that I can finally go back there.
Yeah. Well, we'll call you to the stage.
No, please. There is water there because they forgot to bring it for the first panel and it arrived there. So it's a self-service water. Okay, did you share the screen? No, you didn't share the screen.
Okay.
Wait a second. So it goes in this way, and if you now do the slideshow, it shares that screen.
Okay. And audio is
this,
on.
more or less. Okay.
You can,
Okay.
You can move
So-
the slides. Or
Yes. So let me introduce you 1 second. Time to restart. Actually, as you saw, there was no break unless you really want to take it and you want to escape, but under your own liability. Now I am pleased and actually thankful for accepting our invitation. I'm sorry, we started with the other session.
No break.
No break. If you want to have a break, there is the coffee break, but it's not an official group break.
I already drank all the coffee. There is no more coffee left.
Okay, so I'm really glad and actually thankful for being here with us to introduce Professor Martin Senvleben, Professor of Intellectual Property Law and Director at the Institute for Information Law of the University of Amsterdam, who will chair session 2. Thank you, Martin. Floor is yours.
thank you so much, Katharina. It's a pleasure to be here. And well, I mean, whatever glimpse of hope you had with regard to lunch, forget about it. This session is far too important and fascinating to cut a long story short. So we will be brief, but we don't be too short. So I have first on the list Joost Poort from IFE in Amsterdam. He will set the scene by giving a survey
about author and performer experiences with AI. Then we turn to copyright contract law presentation by Ulla Furgal from Create Center in Glasgow. She will focus on reversion rights. And then we shed light on input and output questions concerning AI. First of all, a presentation by Thomas Morgoni, who has worked together with Martin Kretschmer, KU Leuven, and Create Center, Glasgow collaboration on the input questions, text and data mining. And then finally, João Pedro Quintais will focus on AI output in the music area and the legal issues arising there. João is also from IFE in Amsterdam. So, as I said, Joost will set the scene. The floor is all yours. Thank you.
So, thanks very much, and indeed, I'll try to be really short. So, what I did was a survey amongst creators and performers on their experiences in digital times with AI and income generation and platforms and everything. And we were quite ambitious in the survey. We posted it in 22 EU languages, and it was live early last year. And our strategy for getting outcome actually was snowballing and posting on social media networks, ads on Instagram and Facebook, and we identified platforms that creators and performers are active on. So we didn't go through the CMOs or the unions to target their affiliates or their members, but we relied on networking and posting it on blogs and websites, etc. Now, that turned out quite disappointing. So the response was really disappointing. It was skewed towards certain professions, and one of the main, two main drivers actually for that disappointing response. We were going quite steady in terms of response, and then Russia invaded Ukraine, and it basically dropped to zero. Logically, people had other things on their minds. And another technicality which we encountered is that under the grant scheme, we were not allowed to give incentives for respondents, like have a sweepstake for Amazon, a gift voucher or whatever. And we actually got some feedback also in the responses that we got, that people were complaining that we asked them to do our work. And they didn't like it for us. So the outcomes I'm going to present, just a few snapshots of what we found, really have only a signaling value, like this is the broad brush of what's going on, what people are experiencing, what people are thinking, but no refined or detailed statistical analysis or econometric can be based on that. What we did do is supplement our findings in focus groups, conversations with creators and performers to further test the things that came out of the response that we had. What you see here is that in our response, early career creators and performers are overrepresented, and visual artists and designers are overrepresented. What we do find, and that is consistent with many previous studies actually, is that artists typically spend much less time on their creative work than they would like to do. A lot of time is taken up by admin. It seems to be growing, and just by having to make a living. So they do all kinds of other jobs, sometimes related to their profession, for instance, a musician giving music lessons or being a music teacher, but also totally unrelated work like delivering packages or contact calling for contact tracing of COVID over the past 2 years, being a night watch, whatever. So asking questions about the pandemic, of course, was a natural thing to do, and we found that many artists lost income, significant amounts of income during the pandemic, and quite a few of them only got income support from government schemes. So quite a few of them actually had to move to other professions, other kinds of work, or income schemes to keep the wool from the door. Around a quarter actually suffered a sharp decrease of their income, but, and that's the good part, they didn't stop doing their creative work, and they resumed doing their creative work after opportunities had reopened. Now, with respect to social media platforms, well, no need to say that they have become an inevitable part of exploitation models and contacting your audience for many creators and performers. So they actually invest a lot of time in them, but they have the impression that generally that they're not paying off. The payment is rather poor. Terms and conditions tend to be vague, and sometimes there's content removal for no obvious reasons or no valid reasons. So they do see it's necessary to use those platforms. They do use them, but it's the return to investment is rather poor in their perception. Now on copyright, a vast majority agree that copyright is important for their work and for their professional income, and they actually think that copyright protection should be stronger. That's the general perception that we found in this group. Turning on to AI, which is also the topic of two of the other speakers in this panel, they have a mixed feeling. So they see AI both as a threat and as an opportunity for them. They tend to use AI, quite a few of them, and actually the ones that are more knowledgeable about AI tend to perceive it more as an opportunity. They do have strong opinions, or fairly strong opinions, about authorship. They have a position, or many have a position, that AI outputs that they would create or that be involved in creating should have protective rights over them for the authors. So that's my few snapshots on the survey, and I hand over to Ulla Vogel on reversion rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Joost. So I will take a bit of your time, but I will try to be short and on point. On the topic of reversion rights, or right of revocation or termination rights, those rights that are known in different shapes and forms. Why are we talking about revocation rights currently? Because our 2019 Directive on Copyright in a Digital Single Market introduced this broad reversion provisions, which is a reversion provision that follows so-called use it or lose it logic. So that basically means that authors, and in here both authors and performers, so creators, can claim their rights back in case their works are not being exploited when they transfer those rights on the exclusive basis. And this provision has been introduced as a part of Chapter 3 of the Copyright Directive, and to this day is the most comprehensive intervention of the EU legislator into creator contracts. And quite interestingly, this is the only chapter of the directive which does not only deal with digital uses, it also covers analog uses. So it's both analog and digital. And this reversion provisions came as in the European Parliament compromise of the directive. It came largely unnoticed. It did not lead to any discussion. It was not controversial. There was no strong advocacy for this provision. It kind of just happened to be included. And this lack of guidance or the discussion will be significant, or is significant, for the implementation of this provision at some point or the other. And why? Because this provision actually leaves quite a lot of discretion and implementation freedoms for the member states. So we have the core of the provision, so some of the elements that member states need to include, so the fact that it can be exercised only after a reasonable time from the conclusion of the agreement, and our creators need to exercise this provision following certain steps. However, on top of that, we have a lot of discretion left to member states, so some non-compulsory elements. So member states, in theory, can adjust this provision to account for certain sectors, certain types of works, collective works, works including the multiple contributions from multiple of authors, so for example, cinematographic works. And because we have those freedoms and we have lack of guidance as such, the question is, or is there guidance somewhere else? And there is plenty of guidance in other places. And those places is what we actually mapped as a part of the reCreating Europe project. So back in 2020, we analyzed the laws of 27 member states, and we looked at both laws that were currently binding at that point, pre-CDSM laws, and also to some extent historical laws. And we tried to map, try to identify all those provisions that allow authors to claim their rights back, no matter what is their shape and their form. And you can see a snapshot of the results currently on your screen. This is something which can be explored in quite a lot of detail in the resource page of this part of the reCreating Europe projects. So what we found out is that in pre-CDSM, so pre-copyright directive, laws of the member states, there were more than 150 binding provisions which would allow authors, creators to claim their rights back. And we also, on top of that, had like 20-something historical provisions. So those provisions come in various shapes and sizes. And as you see on the snapshots, it's quite of a fragmented landscape. So we have those provisions that are general, and we also have those that apply only to certain works and agreements. Majority of those provisions require our creators to actively pursue them, so nothing really in Europe happens automatically. And they're also triggered by different situations, but vast majority of those provisions is triggered by lack of use of work. So something that we have in Article 22. And actually 8 member states already pre-CDSM had this general use it or lose it revocation right that we see introduced by Article 22 in all the member states. Those provisions come in from different times in our history, but vast majority of them has nothing to do with digital uses of works, unfortunately. So having that in mind, what we're doing with reCreating, and we're doing that on a rolling basis because, as you know, implementation of copyright directive is not particularly going according to the time it was supposed to go. So we had only 4 member states to meet the implementation deadline for Chapter 3, creator contracts provision, and up to this date, up to my knowledge at least, 22 have completed the implementation. And Chapter 3, so creator contracts implementation, kind of goes under the radar. So we have a very minimum engagement of member states when it comes to those provisions. To some extent, this is because their attention is directed somewhere else. To some extent, simply member states, because they are pressured on time, they do the general copy-paste. So a couple of observations about how the implementation is ongoing. Member states that already had this general reversion provisions in place do minor modifications. So even though the provisions that they have were not very digital, not very updated, Austrian provision comes, I think, from the 30s, no one is opening a discussion and using it as a pretext to update or even clarify to some extent the legal provisions that they have. What we see is an uptake of this possibility that Article 22 creates. So sometimes when you claim your rights back, you don't have to claim all of them by terminating an agreement, but you might change your exclusive transfer into a non-exclusive transfer. And this is an option that a lot of member states are taking on. On top of that, we see that member states think about reversion rights if they intervene into Article 22 text quite narrowly, so they try to limit application of the provision in time, so it's not the general use it or lose it, but use it or lose it at the beginning after the transfer, and then if exploitation ceases, nothing really happens and you cannot claim your rights back. And we also see narrowing of the scope, so the exceptions to the reversion rights that Article 22 has are read very extensively, so the right applies only in a limited manner. So 2 general findings that we see. So even though reversion in Europe is attached mostly to the use, Article 22 is attached to the use or lack of use of work, there is a very limited understanding or common understanding of what the use means. So what does it mean that a work is being used? And this is especially problematic in the digital environment because availability of work online doesn't necessarily mean that a work is being used. So this is a bit of a problem, and it is not being addressed, and it's not addressed in those 150 provisions that we identified. And secondly, because we see those copy-paste implementations, there is this limited explanation of what authors, creators actually need to do in order to exercise their rights. So we have those rights on the table. However, authors, creators, in order to actually use their rights, they need to step in, they need to do something, but they don't necessarily know what to do and how procedurally to go through that. And that's all from me. I hope it was short and on point.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much again. I saved the time, so I will not thank everyone, and in particular Katerina and the chair for the wonderful project and 3 years of work. I'm Thomas Margoni. I'm presenting the third task of WP3 together with Martin Kretschmer, who was staring at me quite judgmentally from there. Feel free to intervene, Martin, at any time, especially when we reach the methodological part of our analysis. In our work, we have focused on a very specific aspect of AI training, but I think it makes sense for you to offer you a bit of context of where to place our project in the broader conversation of AI and machine learning that was already very comprehensively introduced to us today by Professor Elkin Corin during her keynote, and borrowing a very nice timeline from Joao. This is where we started in 2020, and these are all the things on the right-hand side that have happened since we started. And it's not the intention to go, at least it's not mine, maybe it will be yours, Joao, to go through all these in detail, but it's just a visual way to try to offer you an idea of where we were when we started and how much has changed in this field since we started. And that, I will try to explain you how we have adapted and adjusted in our analysis since we started. In our specific task, we have been looking in particular at the issue of training data for machine learning for AI. We refer to it to AI broadly. It has become a convention, but specifically we talk about machine learnings and newer implementation of machine learning. We try to classify the relationship between training data, machine learning processes, and final trained models. And here we try to draw, I will explain better in the methodological note, a direct link between the technological process and the legal analysis that ensues. And we try to focus our legal analysis on the protection that the AI inputs element usually possess, focusing on subject matter, on the right of reproduction, and on the sui generis database rights, as well as, of course, on limitations to this right, mainly, obviously, the two text and data mining limitations, but also Article 5.1, so the exception for temporary acts of reproductions, and in part also Article 5.3a. And the main research question that has been honestly developing through the project is whether the regulation of non-personal data can form or acquire a sort of direct or indirect effect of regulating AI. So I think the big claim here is that we are regulating AI not only directly, but we are also regulating AI through the creation or limitation of property rights in training data. So to give you a visual representation and using a graph that has been present in the study by Drexel and Hilty, and once again, thanks for the animation to Joao, we focus on this on the left-hand side of the process, whereas as we will see in the next presentation by Joao, his analysis has been focusing mostly on the right-hand side, so on the output. So under this point of view, our tasks were two independent tasks, but complementary in the sense that we looked at the two phases of the AI training processes. In terms of methodology, we employed a reverse inductive strategy. So we created three case studies of specific technological processes. These were data scraping, machine learning for natural language processing, and computer vision for content moderation of images. Here, as you saw from the first slide, and I apologize for not having mentioned her, of course, the research was in large part done by Pinar Orus, who I saw before. Thank you very much, Pinar. We validated this analysis through stakeholder conversation and expert workshops in order to inform our understanding of the underlying technological process. And then we based our legal analysis on the facts that we have retained as legally relevant in this process. Here you have a visual of how the case studies have been then grouped and make visible. So this is stored at the Create website. This is a screenshot of the case studies, but if you're interested, the website, that page of the website collects all our data in this context. And in terms of finding, I think that the first main finding that we have tried to make, the claim that we have tried to make, is that Article 3 and 4 of the CDSM directive are not just or simply a text and data mining exception, but because of what we know and what we have seen about copyright, they are in fact the regulatory framework for developing AI in the European Union. And the reason should be quite clear, but just to be very clear, if data is the enabler of all these technologies of AI, of machine learning, then the way in which we regulate data is a way of regulating those AI by proxy, because especially to the extent to which we have property rights on data, and that's a claim that would need to be further explained, but we have demonstrated in our analysis that there are many instances, and certainly many more instances in the EU than outside of the EU where this is true, then data, those who retain property rights in data have the power to direct and even to stop the development of AI, such as in the recent Getty Image litigations that we will briefly mention. So does this mean that the EU AI system relies on 2.5, I call them, 2.5 exceptions, where the 0.5 would be Article 5.1, and the fact that it's still a relevant article for mining activities, but its strict conditions make it far less useful than what it could be? We conclude that to a certain extent the answer is yes, and this is an answer that goes beyond probably what was the initial view on this reform of the copyright area, so the introduction of text and data mining exceptions, which is a good development in itself, but given the technological evolution that we have had in the last 3-4 years, those two exceptions have acquired an importance that is 10 times more fundamental than what we originally thought. We thought, okay, text and data mining is a tool of analytical inquiry. It is important. But AI, of course, covers any possible aspect of our digital life nowadays. So the importance has augmented exponentially in this specific context. And here we try to offer, again, don't worry, I'm not going to go through any detail in this, but we try to offer in one of the articles that we have published an analysis of how the text and data mining exceptions will operate within the European market. And where you see red words and language in red is where we have identified, where we have identified special areas of attention or of concern, where the law, in our opinion, is not fully clear, where, for example, the issue or reservation of Article 4, so the opting out possibility, may have received divergent national implementations, etc., etc. So all these are for us quite important areas that in one way or the other have formed the object of successive inquiry. We also have observed non-homogeneous implementation of we call them technology enabling exceptions. So Article 3 and 4, but again, Article 1 as well. The verifiability of copies, the issue of communication to the public, the express reservation under Article 4. These are all areas that we will, as we will see, we will, thank you, recommend that deserve further analysis. We have observed in a few member states a sort of creative combination of Article 3 and 4 with Article 5.3a. The domestic interpretation of Article 5.1 is also very important. And it has been emerging more recently a kind of a lack of theoretical understanding of how far Article 3 reaches. So as long as we are within the borders of Article 3, can then an independent bona fide third party use those results to develop a commercial activity? This is something that is slightly borderline. It is not fully clarified in the law, but apparently is acquiring a lot of importance in the latest developments in this specific field. Now I see Martin looking at me, so I will very quickly conclude on the last two findings. But just to attract your attention on the opt-out form, I think is interesting to see how, and this is just an excerpt from a website offering an opt-out possibility. Artists talk about the issue of consenting interaction around their artistic data. And I think this is quite telling in relation to the conversation we had earlier today about what are these artists' data? Do the artists own this data? And what does it mean if they do? Because then we have the issue we were discussing earlier about the possibility to copy a style, an individual one or an artistic one. So I think that this is quite telling in this area. Again, very briefly, we also observe that because these costs are higher in the EU, there may be an issue of regulatory competition, whereby AI developers may be drawn towards cheaper legal systems, which means extra European legal systems. And this is also an aspect that should be looked with attention. And finally, we identify a concurrent development. This is one of the latest aspect that we have observed, which we have defined a governance-based approach to the regulation of data that is not based on the traditional copyright or proprietary instances, but is based on the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, the AI regulation, the Open Data Directive, where tools and instruments that are traditionally alien to the field of private law and take the name of users' rights, data portability, etc., seem to be acquiring more and more relevance in the way in which data markets regulate data. And I will conclude here. Thomas. Thank you very much.
Let me see here. Hi, everyone. So I'll dispense with the thank yous. It's been wonderful to work with this team. And also a great opportunity, this presentation, to procrastinate with image generators. So you're going to see a bunch of robot playing music type of images here. So again, coming back to this slide where we did our report and delivered it by early 2022, and then life comes at you fast zone with all the litigation and new developments, especially in image and text generators. It's kind of important to also understand, and I'll go towards that at the end of my presentation, how Thomas's part of the presentation and mine match in relation to newer developments. So what we did in our research was to look at one particular question, and now litigation has brought about more questions, but our question is on the output side, is to what extent do AI outputs, as defined here, actually merit protection under EU copyright law and EU related rights law? For matters of resource, but also we thought it would be the most interesting domain at the time. We focused on the musical domain to answer this question. And using this logic, right, what Thomas has already showed you is that we're looking at that side, that stage of the equation. But as we'll see, things got a bit more complicated recently, and it's really really important to have this overview of all two stages, the input stage and the output stage actually interact. Now, at the time we looked at the musical domain and music outputs, the reality was already quite interesting, and we have empirical research on a bunch of 12 to 13 projects. But what is happening now is even more interesting, and although it's not publicly made available yet, you can see the project website. For example, Music LLM by Google, it's quite a leap in the type of text-to-music generation that you can make. So this is something that is hitting us right now, and you already see statements of music representatives saying that they are paying attention to this reality, but it's quite impressive if you look at what this can be done in terms of possible replacement and substitutability in the future. So it's here, actually. Now, what we did in our research was a mixture of doctrinal legal analysis with, I think, an important part, which is actually looking at the documentation from AI projects and then talking to experts and interviewing experts. And that's the empirical part where we did a bunch of integration and case studies to try to understand what's the practical implementation of this legal analysis. Now, all of this is in a report that you can read. I think it's important to note that ours is the third in a line of studies done either commissioned by the European Commission or done in the basis of this project that discusses AI outputs. Another really important study was done by Professor Stroel and his colleagues. The redeeming quality of our study is that it's about 250 pages shorter, so you can read ours first and then go to theirs. But we actually match in a lot of our conclusions, so that's also an interesting observation. Now, looking first at the copyright side of the equation, two questions. AI outputs in originality and AI outputs as derivative. Right? From the perspective of originality, the main question can be boiled down to the following. With the use of these especially image generators and text generators, there's a disconnection between the human input, not the training data, but for example, the prompt you put in the box of a generator and the output that is created. And that erosion of the causal, creative, and expressive link creates problems for the legal analysis, right? It creates legal uncertainty. And in that respect, what we've done is build on our prior research to look into EU copyright law and the case law of the Court of Justice to derive in international law a sort of four-stage test of how could we assess if something an AI output is protected by copyright. And the key to that test is actually, for our purposes, whether or not it's the result of creative choices as interpreted by the Court of Justice. For all the other tests, generally speaking, the output generated by such a system would actually qualify. Now, in that respect, what we've tried to do is also break down the process into, on the one hand, what are the external constraints on creative freedom, and on the other, what's the type of creative process. And there we divide it into three stages: conception, execution, and redaction. And you can think of the conception of putting the prompt there, the execution pushing the button, and redaction would be, for example, what you do afterwards, right? Obviously, what results from EU copyright law and the interpretation by the court is this is a case-by-case assessment, but it's pretty clear, applying it to the current reality, that basic prompt engineering, writing a text in a box and pressing a button, is not sufficient to have copyright for the output to be your own copyright-protected work. So I think this is already useful in that regard, and the recent paper from the US Copyright Office reaches a similar conclusion. Now, obviously, if that happens, the output itself, from a copyright perspective, would be in the public domain. However, and this is important for any reform discussions, it would be protected by related rights. Now, at this moment, it's where presumptions of authorship and ownership, like on Article 5 of the Enforcement Directive, come into play. We looked at those, and we think this is a potential area for reform, but we are quite cautious about how effective reform would be at that stage, and maybe this is something we can discuss afterwards. Now, on the point of whether the AI output is a derivative work of the training data inputs, our tentative answer is although we didn't look at this in a lot of detail, and it's become quite a hot question, especially in the litigation. Of course, there is no harmonized concept of derivative work in EU law, but in general, our answer is no. if there is no reproduction of the original elements of the input works in the output. It is quite important. We think this is mostly a question that should be dealt with at the input stage, the text and data mining stage, and that's also what you start seeing in a lot of the case law trying to deal with it by litigating the AI training stage. Now, very quickly to the related rights part, and you have robot dressed as Ziggy Stardust performing. Basically, what we have is an analysis of what has been identified as an important topic for potential harmonization, the fact that EU law does not require that the performance, for there to be protection of performance, is that it's a performance of a work. And in this case, the question is relevant because you might be performing an AI output, and then there are divergent national approaches, whether there's this connection or requirement of protection of a work or not. So that's a possible area for reform there. And what I would say from my perspective, one of the most important conclusions in this part was that the regimes that exist of computer-generated works seem to have been mostly unimportant in any decision to build up or to create an AI tool or to create an AI business in this area. None of the experts we talked to or the businesses we looked at even consider this as a relevant element. And that's quite important because if we want to model new types of protection on those regimes, we should consider it with a lot of caution. Now, to finalize, this AI versus copyright battle royale. I think this is just a mapping of the legal issues in discussion with our team that we find out now. So there is this questions on the input stage. I'll go to there. On the output stage, we only really looked at the protection of the output as a copyright work. There's obviously the question of infringement, which is not harmonized in new law. And there's a question of availability of an exception or limitation in the form of pastiche, which depending on national requirements and how you look at the concept of pastiche would actually apply, in my view, to quite a few AI-generated outputs. But that will be a case-by-case assessment, and further research is needed there. We didn't even mention this in the report. It's kind of been brought up lately. Now, on the input side, obviously, there is the question of, is the text and data mining at issue for scientific purposes by a research organization or cultural institution that has lawful access? If so, Article 3, as Thomas mentioned, would apply, and this might be the case of research organizations that develop publicly accessible databases, like Leon in Germany. But of course, then the question is, what if those databases, or if those data sets, more precisely, are used by commercial enterprises? Now, this takes us to the commercial TDM exception, and there the question is what to do with this, and this is where a lot of the litigation will be now. On this side of the equation, there's the question of opt-out that was mentioned, and of course, as Thomas has mentioned, and I think also Paul Keller that is here had suggested, that opt-out can be a collective action tool for creators. For example, vis-a-vis remuneration, in line of proposal, for example, like Professor Senfleben has had in terms of remuneration in this area, this could be a nice framework for it, and you already see it in the field. Like companies like Spawning AI are collecting a lot of reservations through opt-outs in a technical way. So this is a reality already there. Now, of course, this assumes an openly accessible image and text data set is used, like Stable Diffusion is doing on the Leon database. But of course, this is not always the case. OpenAI, for example, explicitly says that they will not disclose data sets with some dubious, almost artificial general intelligence concerns, but whether you agree with those or not, the fact is that these data sets are not public. Now, interestingly, outside of copyright, I think the idea would be, as Professor Martin Kretschmer has said, we have to focus perhaps our policy action in making the training process visible. That will be difficult to do without legal intervention for companies that do not disclose data sets, but the solution might be on the way, since apparently last week, I don't think it's public yet, but it's already been read, that in the discussions in the AI Act, there is this inclusion, potential inclusion, of general purpose AI as a default high-risk AI system, and that would actually be an interesting development in this area from a non-copyright perspective that would probably address indirectly some of the issues we have here in the copyright area. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. Maybe I'll sit over there because I don't think we have any more chairs. So.
Sit here.
Okay.
Well, thanks again to all speakers about this overview of the fascinating topics arising from human-machine interaction in the field of creativity. But what would be such a rich session without commentators that draw our attention to specific topics and issues that are particularly relevant? So I have three of those commentators. I introduce first Professor Alain Strovel, Professor of Law at UC Louvain, and I forgot the second. And University of Saint Louis here in Brussels. Alain, floor is all yours. You can decide to stay there if you are close enough to the micro, then it should work.
Well, I suppose you hear me well? Okay, I'll speak close to the mic. Thank you for the invitation. As Joa said, I mean, you did a very good job in finishing this study over 3 years, and I think the booklet, for instance, is a very nice output. We did not manage to do that with the research we did for the Commission. So really concerning the process and the output, I think it's a fantastic job done under reCreating Europe. I had a look at different policy recommendations. They are organized under, I think, four different titles. Of course, there are a lot of policy recommendations on end users that were discussed this morning. Quite a lot on authors and performers that we discussed now. Much less on creative industries. I think it's the right balance, and I congratulate you. I think to focus on the core issues, including the one, of course, for authors and performers. I will comment on 4 proposals among the 13 that you have listed. The first one is a proposal to review the implementation of Chapter 3 of the CDSM directive. So that's a provision protecting authors and performers in their contractual practice. Indeed, I think that's very important because an improvement of the negotiation position of authors and performers is still something that we definitely need in practice. The only problem with that approach, it's still focused and it will be focused on individual contracts. I think we should move on with another approach. I will finish with some comments on that. Second proposal, which is quite interesting, on open streaming. That was not part of the presentation, but it's interesting to facilitate performers and authors to switch from streaming platforms. And you use the model of open banking. I think that's completely outside copyright. Very interesting, but outside copyright. So I won't say more on that. Then on the issues that were presented, protection of the AI output. I completely agree with you that there shouldn't be any new protection. We can use copyright right now to deal with those issues. And of course, the main question is whether it's possible to have an output that is entirely AI or machine generated. I think it's very rare still. It might come, of course, and it is coming with the AI generative tools. I agree, and we had put that in our study as well as a possible focus to related right of performers. They don't enjoy in certain countries any related right if they perform something that is not protected by copyright. If they are not performing a work, I think that's some kind of gap in certain countries that should be dealt with. So we were as well proposing to the Commission to at least check this issue and maybe address it. On TDM, of course, that's very important. I think in Europe, in a sense, we have the chance to have this provision on TDM, including Article 4. I think the debate in the US is still stuck with very nice concept for lawyers like fair use. What is fair use? And I think lawyers can discuss it, and it costs a lot of money as well to discuss whether it applies in all those new disruptive technologies cases. At least here we have this opt-out solution that was presented. I think now the issue is how to express it. And I think more could be done there beyond the legal framework I think we have to work together. Creators should unite probably, to come with feasible proposal so that the author could be expressed in ways that are commonly shared. And I think we need a very big discussion here on one side, authors and performers, the creative sector, and on the other side, the technology industry, so that there would be ways to organize that. So that's a push for something more collective, and in general, I think we should focus on the new trend. I think we understand that the private individual right that copyright is a little bit outdated when we have this massification of users, like in the case of AI. So I think we need to transform copyright. And what is maybe missing, I think we should as well push the Commission to consider whether some right to equitable remuneration that could be collectively managed should be harmonized on the basis that we have already Article 18 of the CTF7 directive, but we see now countries going in all directions and proposing those right to equitable remuneration. That will create other disharmony. I think that should be maybe something on the table of the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What would be this session without a comment also directly from creators? So I'm happy to introduce the second commentator, Pauline Durand-Vial, CEO of the Federation of European Screen Directors. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation and for all these very mind-blowingly interesting presentations and first comments. I represent a community of film and TV directors. These are people who are tasked with continued supervision of the production of a film or a TV series or documentary. And as such, our community has maybe a slightly different perspective on this entire conversation than some other creators. So I'm afraid that probably what I say is not going to represent the opinion of everybody on the authors and performers side. So bear with me. I have a few notes because, as I said, this is as exciting as it is intimidating for the community I represent. But basically, I'm going to start with reacting to a few things that were said during the presentations, and then I'll just lay out a couple of points, general views on the use of AI in the audiovisual sector today. I think there was, in the beginning, we talked about a survey on creators and the methodology issues that you face. We are very familiar with that. We conducted a similar exercise, but we took a different approach to go within our memberships, and actually that paid off. It was long and painful, but in the end, the data we got in was really interesting. So I hear your pain, because indeed that's a very tricky thing. I think, Ulga, you mentioned in the reversion right discussion a few things. I mean, there is maybe a concept in France that might be interesting to look at. It's a concept of continued exploitation obligation for producers, which is a sort of a reverse reversion right, which works okay for collaborative works like audiovisual works to some extent. Might be interesting to look at. And then overall, I think we heard a lot of people talking about a state of flux and how life happens. We are very familiar with that, both in the work practice and in authors' rights conversations over the last 5 to 10 years. So much change. I'm going to just go back to my notes because otherwise I'm going to spend forever talking about details. Sorry. Oh, wow. Okay. I think on our end, I think overall we are really excited to see more academic focus on authors' contracts in general, and for the audiovisual sector this is particularly welcome, particularly as was mentioned on the Copyright Directive Title 4 Chapter 3 provisions. This historic acknowledgement of the systemic bargaining position of authors and creators in negotiating their contracts and the actual absence of contractual freedom for them is quite essential within our sector, because that's something that's been ignored for decades. So for us, that's a massive plus. With regards to AI and how it's used in our sector today. So basically, what we're facing is that we have new players on the rise in the market, global streaming players in particular. And they can be considered as what we call AI-driven editorial agents, which means that basically we see AI technology infusing 2 things in particular. Recommendation of content on the one end, which is more consumer/audience focused and centric. For us, this is quite essential, as you can imagine, because if there is no interaction between the audience and the work, then the author's recognition is zero, and his ability to maybe one day collect royalties is equally zero. So quite a massive aspect of AI use in our sector to look into. There's also, indeed, for us as well, partial automation of the creative process, which is already in place in many ways. And that is something that is probably not as much real for a lot of people within these professions. It's quite strange. It depends what kind of works you're working on, who you work on, and in what context. So the actual interaction of creators with AI is quite uneven in the community, which makes it quite difficult to think about structurally. But overall, today we have basically AI-based productivity gains that are set up by the key players that I was mentioning before, producing trailers, sports highlights, de-aging tools, basic effects, best footage being selected, etc. We know that editing is already very much AI-based in some instances, and we know that this is a part of the creative process which is definitely going to be very heavily impacted. We also know that dubbing is, I don't know if you know this, but there is a strike of dubbers in Italy, which reflects this preoccupation for some professions within the audiovisual sector. And of course, script-based video editing might be coming as well in force. So these are things that for some of our co-authors within the audiovisual creative processes are very prevalent. So without projecting too much in the future, because we've tried that and we're not super good at it, we just at some point need to take a step back and think what matters in all of this, because it's happening already, be people being aware of it or not. For us, the fundamentals are quite, basic. It's always the same thing. It's about artistic freedom, including, of course, the idea of retaining authorship status in a fairly complex creative process in the audiovisual sector, and cultural diversity. And, voilà. For us, the use of AI today has to do a lot with copying and mixing. There is a risk of misappropriation of the pre-existing work of our people. Protection is therefore, we believe, needed to preserve their livelihoods on the one end, but also very much to inform citizens on the use of AI. Because if you want to take what we believe is the right way to handle this, meaning a human-centric approach to the use of AI in the creative fields, then we believe these are things to consider. And to achieve that, transparency and consent really are 2 issues that always pop up in conversations and in further discussions with some of the legal minds within our constituency. So that very much endorses what you heard from your research exercises. And if we go down that route, we believe there is a way to enrich artistic work. So one of the maybe aspect that was touched upon is the issue of works metadata and their transparency. We feel like, especially in our sector, that's an area which is super opaque, and that is the absolute basic that we should really focus on the very short term. Voilà, I think that's pretty much it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My third commentator for this session is Jeremy Williamson, Senior Director EU Government Affairs at Microsoft. Jeremy, I think I remember you saying in an earlier session that the European TDM provisions don't look too bad to you, but at the time the reCreating Europe results have not been tabled, so yeah, looking forward to your views now.
Well, thank you. And I do remember saying that, and I think today I'd still say that from our perspective. I want to share our perspective a little bit more. I think it's exciting. You've already referenced some of the recent announcements in AI and some of the partnerships that we've struck, of course. I think you're going to see this conversation picking up more and more steam. But even going back to when the TDM language was negotiated and adopted, there was a tension at the time about the importance towards artificial intelligence and digital transformation goals that the European Commission is keen on pushing for. And in fact, it was always interesting that it started out much different, and where it landed, I think they held it up as an important milestone in terms of going closer to where they saw things moving in an artificial intelligence space. And it's only really, well, it depends on where you sit. I think it's been the past few months where we've seen how exciting that's gotten and how quickly that's gotten into the hands of more and more people at a level where this is becoming more mainstream. I use that word. These tools are proliferating faster than before. It's accelerating quite a bit. So good news, I think, for everyone here. I think we're going to be having this conversation for another few years, for sure, because some of these challenges, which we do recognize, will continue to pop up. Back then, we talked about the opt-out mechanisms, and I think I said that it looked okay because it struck the right balance. That this was not a complete fair use determination where you could do anything with anything you found. I mean, this provided an opportunity to authors, creators, and others to reserve those rights. Now we get into discussions about, well, how is that best done? What type of tools exist? Some new tools have emerged since then. I think other tools will emerge. There is probably room for standardization in that space in terms of the reservation of the right. I think Anna mentioned that earlier, and I think that's some of those conversations are already happening. And it's important to say that we'll use whatever tools are available and whatever tools authors choose to put in place. We'll have to use those, and those are the instructions we give engineering teams. When I say that it was the right balance struck, though, we have to acknowledge that even in the space that the TDM conversations were happening, for us, it's a much, 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 much bigger space than that when we get into so many of the industrial uses and the type of tools we're developing. Because at the end of the day, of course, we're engaged in this ourselves as a user, but more often than not, we're providing these software tools for others to do more with, whether that's at the citizen or consumer level or at the industrial era. And it's exciting. It's exciting what the machine learning capabilities can do with this conversational aspect for any type of organization. Think of particular sectors. You think of public sector. You think of DG Connect having a ChatGPT type service at its disposal to be able to more quickly come to things. We get excited about that. So certainly put me in the category of more the excited side. But we don't minimize where there will be challenges here. We want to make sure those are feasible. We want to make sure that it recognizes how that technology works. We talk about the contributions of authors. Of course, there's the differences between the data that's being used to train a model versus some of the data that's being used to then find its way into potential outputs. So we talked today a little bit, and I heard speakers talk about the different challenges at the input layer and the output layer. I've been mostly focused on the input layer. I haven't got to look as much at the output layer because it was very, very minimal, to be frank. I think now it's exploding, and we're seeing more and more of these uses. So I think the conversations are going to pick up more and more. But you have to provide a system that allows for a level of control from authors and creators over the expression and reuse, use the word reuse, of those works. But the lines that we draw around what's an expressive use or a non-expressive use or a transformative use, that's where the balance is going to have to continue to be struck between just the exciting outcomes that this technology can lead towards, and of course the valid concerns of those who need to remain incentivized to create and do the things that, of course, the technology can't do. But if we think of the millions and millions of pieces of data inside a data set, we have to also be realistic about how would you go towards a system that would allow for millions of negotiations potentially to occur before anything can be done with the data. Does the standard go beyond where we have the standard in the human world, for example? I think we'll all draw the lines in different spaces. So wrapping up, I think this is a conversation that's going to continue to take place. There was mentioning earlier too, it's much, much bigger than just copyright. We we talk about job implications, we talk about the transformative, we talk about bias, we talk about privacy concerns. Spend much more time in a broader debate around AI. We remain excited. It's not a perfect space, and it's one that's going to move in different directions at different speeds. It's certainly exploded even before we, I think, exploded even before we planned this conference. So good timing. But everything happening around ChatGPT and the competitors there that are launching similar models. Europe, I think, and we weren't talking about AI at the time. I had no idea that our partnerships with ChatGPT would happen later, years down the road. But I think the balance, as the Commission acknowledged it, where this remains a pro-innovation framework that still protects and incentivizes creation, allowing rights owners to have more control over the use of their works for different purposes. I'd still stay in that camp. I think that was the right balance to strike. Is it the one that needs to stay in place? Is it realistic to expect it to be that way for the next 10 to 15 years? I don't think so. I think we're going to see more policy discussions around that. That's fair. We want to be a part of those. But I would say that we'll use whatever tools are in place to preserve the right. And most of those services, as far as I'm aware, certainly err on the side of not including if there's anything that might resemble a reservation of the right, whether that's paywalls, whether that's watermarks, whether it's robots.tech, several different services that are emerging. So that's maybe back to the TDM space. But I would say, without the TDM exception as such and the way it was framed, some of these services wouldn't be possible. So it's important to keep that in mind. I'm looking forward to talking about this more because I genuinely believe the next Commission mandate in particular will probably be talking about this more and more and more. We have AI Act discussions going on at the moment that are less focused, to be frank, on the IP elements of that. There are Data Act discussions that are looking at industrial data. So when I hear the reference to things like metadata and generated data, it makes me think of more of the industrial applications of that, where the IP rights are there. That's a little bit different than the creative sector. We'll look at it, but there's similar concerns. And we always come back to where is, I guess, a claim there to one of those outcomes. If you're one amongst millions in a non-consumptive output or a non-expressive output, that is the expectation there going beyond what an expectation would be in a human space. I would argue it might be. But at the same time, it's fair to say that tools can be in place. If you don't want to be one of those 1 million, you should have the right to maybe restrict the use of your works on that side. And if that is not effective, well, let's look at why. Is it not enough familiarity with the tools that are out there? Are the tools insufficient? Do they lack granularity? Let's look into it. But we need to maybe have that discussion and find out where some of the problems are, lest we risk, I think, moving away from some of where the real excitement is. But good news or bad news, depending on how you look at it, it is moving quickly. So these conversations also are going to move quickly, I think. And TDM was kind of feels like just a couple of years ago. I remember it very well. And I'm looking forward to hopefully speaking about it more.
Thank you so much. So, Thomas, you heard this. The 2.5 copyright provisions that we have will not be the final word on this thing. Well, I know that I'm standing between you and lunch, but we can afford one or two very quick comments, questions, food for thought, or lunch.
I think it's food for the stomach.
Okay, this doesn't seem to be the time to encourage anybody to... Really? Are you sure? Okay. Any panelists who wants to have the final word? Thomas, perhaps? No. Okay, then. Thanks again for this panel. And Katharina, I don't know if you have...
Thanks a lot. So lunch is served on the other side of the gallery. If you cross here and then you cross the dinosaurs, you will find an indication that brings you where the coffee break was and also the lunch will take place. We reconvene here in 45 minutes from now. 45. So now it's noon 43. We see each other back at 1:30.
very much.
That's my phone.
European population mode. Okay.
For the commentators, Estelle to be like last, so I will be first.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's see. So we are. It's 1:45, and I believe, Katarina, we're taking an hour and 15 minutes from now, right? So we're starting the clock, and now we're going to start rigidly enforcing the time. My name is Sean Flynn. I'm from American University and our program on information justice and intellectual property, and I'm going to be very short because I found from this morning that time is of the essence. So we're going to go right into the presentations in the order in which they appear. So first, new business models from Anneli Kendisco, and then we'll have Igmar Pastak on digitalization and amalgamation, and Steph Van Gumpel will present the codes of best practices, and Rafaela Dana will present the case studies on IP negative spaces, and then Bartolomeu Moleti will talk about copyright user EU. And so we'll start with Anneli, and do you want to come here? I think I will come here.
Okay, so good day everybody. Our presentation or our report is actually done by very different people, and we don't have very good background in IP and in copyright, but we have a good background in collecting empirical data and analyzing it from economic side, from journalism side, from a bit of law side, but not intellectual property. So I'm from economic side, especially from management. So this is a perspective we have right now. Our presentation is, our study is about new business models and what is the awareness of copyright in creative industries. And what we did, we actually went to real people who have to deal with copyright or have to be aware of copyright, so entrepreneurs. So how we define business models, where we are kind of, in simplified version, business model is how a company creates and captures value. And as the world is changing, we have a lot of new business models, a lot of ways to capture value, to create money. And we captured influencers, circular fashion SMEs, and free computer-aided design sharing platform users. So we made case studies, especially interviews. So this is very, very qualitative study. So you can see that, first of all, we had interviews with 6 Estonian influencers. Secondly, we had 2 small upcycling companies. One was making shoes and boots from used tires. Second one is making handbags from old textile leftovers. And the last, we went to maker economy, which is rapidly rising, and it entailed 19 interviews with CAD makers around the world. It means that people who are making 3D design models and upload them to the big platforms and share it globally. And we looked at 2 of the largest CAD sharing platforms, which is GrabCAD and Thingiverse. So I will just highlight our findings and just the most important ones, because the report itself is quite long. But first of all, when we talk about influencers, influencer economy, this is rising fast. So, wow, okay. Yeah, it's a bit blinding me, but I will try to manage. So influencer economy, it's a case where a person, him or herself is the brand. So influencers build value by networks. And I guess you all know that this is one of the top occupations that young people want to have these days, to be an influencer. So what about copyright in this field? our interviews showed that copyright is not that crucial, or it's not that stressed among influencers, because in this business model, authenticity is number one, and it's very hard to copy other influencers because you are the brand. And anecdotally, actually, if somebody actually steals your ideas, then it's very easy to have a revenge there, actually. So it means that you can do some social shaming by blogging, tweeting, etc. So it's like self-disciplinary field for influencers. But in case of influencers, there was not so strong need to protect the ideas. At least our interviews show that. So secondly, our case study was about circular economy, upcycling SMEs. Again, very valid topic, especially right now when we have Green Deal, we have textile waste directive coming. And over here, we got experience from 2 very small companies. For them, what is the main issue? They are trying to solve crucial problems, taking care of waste. Well, in one case, it's tires from our cars, making boots out of that. In the second case, it's making use of our old clothes, textile waste. And what's the main problems in terms of copyright and, not copyright, but IPR protection in general? They don't see it as a problem so far, as they haven't had any encountering with violations themselves. But they actually could tell stories about bigger circular economy companies that have had experience, and after that they have started to protect themselves. But what is crucial for these small companies is actually digitalization. They are not fit to build the big systems. For example, mapping where is the waste in our country, how can we use it, connecting those who have a waste and those who could use it. So in this case, we could see a big problem or big challenge for small countries. Like, how can you build a countrywide system to connect producers and those who have a waste? So, and lastly, I think it's actually my favorite case study. It's about CAD sharing platforms. So, maker economy. 3D printing is rapidly rising, and pretty much everybody can have 3D printer at their home. But in order to use them, you need these files, these models. It takes skills to build these models, and this is the CAD engineers who have these skills. So we spoke with 19 CAD engineers. What are the pains and gains from copyright? And they could tell, actually, number one problem is sectorial asymmetry. When you visit these platforms, for example, Thingiverse or GrabCAD, you see different fields where these models are differentiated between. And medicine and military are the fields that need most protection. You can see also from slides that you can actually publish gun prototypes or models there, and people can print it out. You can print out medical equipment, actually, thanks to those models. And this is a safety issue. So I think I will skip this one because that's not important. So what we need actually in the sum, based on these 3 cases, is that I think creative industries is so wide sector that we cannot have one and only approach. We need custom-made solutions, especially in case of emerging fields or business models. You could see that influencers don't perceive a need for protection that much, but for example, in case of platforms, users actually express that they need protection more than Creative Commons right now is allowing. And secondly, there is a need to protect specific sectors, medical field and military field. This was really painfully stressed out, especially during these times in the world. And lastly, well, I guess I already mentioned it, that we need custom-made solutions. So as business models are evolving, they are mushrooming thanks to digitalization. I think the law has to catch up, but not in terms of being too restrictive to stop people being creative. So I think it was a very fast summary of our study, but if you want, you can always read the report, much longer than this presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, I will continue. Ingmar Pastak from University of Tartu, Estonia. And I'm a geographer, so I would like to speak about the location of creative industries and the connection with digitalization. So a bit different topic from we have used to hear today. My talk is based on this report, and I can sum it up. But if you are interested, you can always read the report as well. So I would like to just start from here. And the standpoint we have in this report is actually the knowledge that micro and small enterprises in creative and cultural industries, they tend to be in the crossroads of two, but in many senses the opposite trends. So first we can see in European cities, also I think worldwide, that there is a trend, I can explain it later, agglomeration. And the second trend, I think I don't have to talk about much about that. This is the trend to digitalize the business. And the first trend, the agglomeration, this means in geographical terms the concentration of CCI in certain areas of cities. So if we just think about how the cities have developed, first there was a small town which grew. During the Industrial Revolution, this kind of factories, so industrial zone was built just next to the city center. And later the industrial zone needed a working force, so there were built working class homes next to it, and then the city expanded and more newer parts were built. So basically, we know that industrial production has moved outskirts of cities, and these former industrial areas located just close to the city center in some cities, actually in many cities. These are the places where we can see the transition to offices and living. And many studies confirm that creative enterprises, not all, but many of them tend to be located there. So if you just look London, Berlin, or also Tallinn, we can see that this kind of creative hubs and co-working spaces, this is the good place where you can find these kind of things. So yes, so we see that creative work is largely still made within dense webs of micro-interactions, so face-to-face contacts and these kind of creative hubs and environment. But digitalization, I think, especially during the last 3 years, it has changed quite a lot how actors in CCI work, how they create, how they innovate. And of course, not all actors has gone digital, but I think definitely digitalization has changed their business strategies. So the interplay of these two trends is also the focus point of our report here. And if you think about when we conducted our report, when we made the research, it was right during the COVID-19 pandemic. So our report offers a close-up view to these two processes, and we also discussed the implication of these two trends to the diversity of enterprises in these creative hubs, in these hotspots of creative industries. We conducted interviews, mostly with mini creators. We catched entrepreneurs both from working digital and in physical form, and from various sectors of CCI. And we studied two creative hubs in Tallinn more in depth. So these are the former factories converted to private rental offices, and mostly hosting creative entrepreneurs and smaller businesses. So about results in short, we have documented changes in work strategies and value chains by all enterprises we had in our study. And this was the time when the physical operation enterprises started to adjust their work processes because of the pandemic restrictions. So we have collected quite a lot of examples. For example, a movie festival turned online with a couple of months, or online stand-up comedy, which actually didn't work the best, or event management service adjusted to online moderation service, and so on. But surprisingly, what we didn't find so much was the practices when the benefits of the same process, the agglomeration, being physically close, were used in order to digitalize the business, even if needed. So the physical operation enterprises did not use the physical proximity and advantages of location to get the know-how how to make the business digital. And this made us to think about the implications of crisis, sustainability of physical or face-to-face innovations, and yes, thank you, and the creative hubs. So we asked how to maintain the cultural diversity in a creative hub. And by diversity we mean the coexistence of different enterprises and different products and services. And first, our analysis showed that the need for support differs in cultural sectors, and especially the linguistically operating fields like literature and publishing, performing arts, also partly film and music needed more special attention. So of course, some fields are not able and willing to turn to digital, but we saw that in general digitalization increased access to products and the variety of services and products as well. So our third point here is that we made a lot of interviews and focus group interviews. So we saw that this kind of cooperation should be kind of helped a bit. Our focus group interviews with entrepreneurs reached to some kind of need for this kind of umbrella organizations that can provide knowledge-based services like legal counseling, shared marketing, or common voice in policy making. And these can potentially also breach the physical and digital enterprises that are located quite close to, maybe even sometimes on the same floor, but as we saw, it didn't kind of enable the flow of know-how in our cases. So my last slide, just to conclude, the timing of our work offered an excellent opportunity to study digitalization during the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, there is a lot to learn from this situation when also most non-digital enterprises had to change their business strategies. And we have many policy recommendations, but maybe that about this talk today, the most important is that we should just enable knowledge spillover effects when it can most efficiently take place. And the same, I mean the same creative hubs, co-working spaces, or creative clusters where physical and digital operation enterprises are located side by side. I think this is the most efficient way which can be proved a lot on the very local level. Just about the references I have used in my presentation, and now I would like to give the floor to the next presenter. Thank you.
So good afternoon. I'm happy to present the codes of best practices that I developed together with Bartolomeo Maletti, who is forward on the left from you. So my name is Stefan Gompel. The codes of best practices that we developed is for creative reuse in 2 communities, documentary filmmakers and cultural heritage institutions that develop immersive experiences. And our inspiration we got actually from the fair use codes that were developed in the US for specific communities by Peter Jazzy, direct colleague of Sean Flynn, and Patricia Auverheide. And they did it within the context of fair use, which is a norm, of course, which we don't know in the EU. So it's a different starting point. We started from the list of exceptions and limitations. But not only that, we started from the framework of exclusive rights compared with the exception limitations in Europe. So that also touched a bit upon the flexibility that Séverine referred to in her comment earlier this morning, to see where there's flexibility within the system for particular communities. The way we approached this topic is similar as the way they approach it in the US, is to actually work with the communities to see what flexibility they require in their work and to see what flexibility the law offers. So the objective of these best practices is to identify acceptable normative practices within the 2 areas that we studied, within the framework of the law, of course. And we did that through a series of workshops. So we invited people from the specific communities in the Netherlands and in the UK. So we chose 2 countries. So communities of documentary filmmakers and immersive digital heritage practitioners. And we sat with them in the first series of workshops to identify issues that they faced when they were reusing audiovisual materials in their own creations. We developed issues reports on that basis, which I will discuss in a bit. And in the second round of workshops, we were sitting together to see actually what kind of normative practices which would fit within the law they would need to actually allow them to make creative reuse of materials in their own productions. And in the end, the 2 researchers, I and Bartolomeo, sat together to also test if what the creative communities wanted also complies with the interpretation of the law. And then, of course, in a progressive way, we want to go forward. We don't want to be very restrictive in the approach. So we try to see what limits, what kind of practices there are within the law. And that's also an important remark. The way we approach it is not like a stakeholder dialogue that is very common in European legal framework nowadays, where not only creators and academics sit together, but they also sit together with right holders. And if you sit together with a group of creators and rights holders, it immediately ends up in kind of a licensing dialogue. It becomes like negotiations of how to establish rights and to see what clearance there's needed, and then exceptional limitations are a bit put aside. And we want to actually put them up front to see what room there is in the framework, which does not require rights clearance. Because that's one of the things that we faced in the issues reports when we were sitting together with these communities in the Netherlands and the UK. They actually face issues in different ways. Already at the access level, how do you actually identify, contact, and negotiate with rights holders whose works you want to incorporate in your work? Then, once you identify them, the question is, but do we actually know whether we need permission for that type of reuse? It's, for these communities, not entirely clear. As lawyers and as academics, we know what room there is within the framework, but for practitioners, on the floor, it's not at all that clear. And then they know there is something like quotation, but how far does it extend? Can you actually quote an audiovisual work? The answer is yes, but it's not entirely known for every community. And then in the end, it's also like once you have incorporated material in your work, how are you going to distribute this? Because even if you would probably, in some countries you fall under a licensing framework. For example, if you produce a documentary film in the Netherlands and you want to broadcast it on the Dutch television, the Dutch television has quite a good framework of licensing, collective licensing agreements, for example, for musical works. So you don't need to clear rights in musical works, but it only applies for broadcasting on Dutch television. If you want to, if your film is successful, you want to also exploit it in other countries, you can't rely on the license that the Dutch broadcasters have concluded, which is limited to the Netherlands. So there's also a territoriality issue. On this basis, we sat together again with the communities, but not in the different countries. We actually grouped them together because in developing the two codes, the first one is the documentary filmmaker code, we actually wanted to also see whether we could actually kill the territoriality issue by looking bottom up what type of uses they wanted to make and whether that could accommodate the law in both the UK and the Netherlands, which were the two countries that we studied. And in the end, yes, the laws, if you look at them, they look pretty different. For example, the UK doesn't have a quotation right, but a fair dealing clause. But in the end, that also allows for quotation. And if you look at what these communities require, that can actually fit both these systems. So this bottom-up approach can also be a way to kill the territoriality issue in a way. Anyway, the codes are available online. They're relatively short because they're written with the creative communities, but also for the creative communities. They're in pretty clear language, I would say. So you don't find legal language there, but rather practical language of telling the creative communities, if you're going to engage with creative content in your materials, how to deal with that. Also within the kind of thinking of these communities. So for documentary filmmakers, we approach it from what they want to do is documenting reality. They also want to provide social, political, or cultural commentary or critique. Some of these uses that they do are artistic, so some considerations over there. How to engage with public domain, and also how to attribute and ensure integrity of the works that they're going to use. And we did the same for the immersive digital heritage, although they kind of have a different starting point in these immersive experiences. They want to be engaging in storytelling, also recreating reality. So you have for example, you have something that happened. You want to recreate that in an immersive experience within a cultural heritage institution. In this framework, there's also lots of engagement with artificial intelligence. So the big difference with documentary filmmakers is also that here you see that sometimes these creators have to use tons of materials, how to engage in that respect. And again, the two things, public domain and attribution integrity, because they're common for both these communities. In the end, we produced them. I don't want to conclude with that because I think this is actually just a starting point. I think it was a very useful experience, and I also think that it's for the creative communities it's useful. I'm also very happy that we have a commentator from the Institute of Sound and Vision later on who will actually tell also how important a creative reuse is for their institution. What I do think is that it's very important to get support for these codes by the communities themselves. We develop them as academics with the communities, but my work continues. I'm going to different directions, whereas these communities are still engaging with creative materials. So they actually have to adopt them, apply them, test them, use them, spread them, also bring them to the attention of film festivals and other types of creative places where rights clearance is sometimes demanded, and they can also say, okay, but there's a code of best practices. We can also actually rely on quotation or other types of flexibilities within the system. So the support is very important. Bart and I are going to work on that, but that also requires something from the communities themselves. So we really hope that will work out. As I said, we developed this code on the basis of 2 countries, the Netherlands and UK, and we actually saw that that worked. The bottom-up approach, you can see similar flexibilities within the 2 countries, even though the law looks quite different. We actually think that these codes can easily be expanded to other countries like Germany or Denmark or other countries which allow for similar flexibilities. But that has to be tested. We can't say that up front. We should then work with national contributors to actually see whether that plays out. And a third takeaway, I think, is that the approach that we applied works and can also be applied to other sectors. So I really saw this project also as a test bed. We saw these great examples of the US, of these fair use codes. We saw that it worked there. We sat together and we thought, would this also work in the European context? And it does. It could work. So it can also be applied in other fields. For example, education or journalism, or name whatever community wants to rely on exception limitations or allows or flexible use of copyright in a broader sense. And am I within time? Perfect. Then we can go to the next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Raffaele Danna and I'm presenting joint work with Alessandro Nuvolari and Arianna Martinelli, who are both here enjoying their time in their comfortable seats while I present here. We are talking about negative intellectual property spaces in EU creative industries. Let's start from the basics, since not everyone may be familiar with this concept. Negative intellectual property spaces are sectors to which, for a variety of reasons, the standard tools of intellectual property do not apply. And therefore, these are sectors that are interesting to study because they allow to study creativity and innovation in the absence of the incentives and awards that are provided by these standard tools of intellectual property. Our research started from 2 main observations. The first one is the fact that the literature, the existing literature on negative IP, is mainly focused on case studies, and it has limited theoretical contributions. And the second consideration is the fact that previous case studies mostly concern the US context. So what we have done is we started off with a theoretical contribution. We have developed a new taxonomy of negative intellectual property spaces. And on the basis of this taxonomy, we have developed 2 case studies. The first one concerns haute cuisine chefs, and the second one concerns academic book publishers. In the interest of time, I will speak about the first of the 2 case studies. The new taxonomy of negative IP is based on a comparative assessment, a systematic and comparative assessment of the main case studies developed so far of negative IP. We have used 9 dimensions, and we have graded each case study against these dimensions. And on the basis of this analysis, we have identified 3 main kinds, 3 main types of negative IP. The first one is what we call commons-based systems, and these are sectors where the actors deliberately decide not to resort to the tools of intellectual property. And examples of these are episodes of collective invention or the so-called open source movement. The second kind is what we call knock-off systems, and these are sectors in which imitation and copying are somehow embedded in the business models of these sectors. And examples of these are the fashion industry, adult entertainment industry, and with one of our case studies, we ask, is academic book publishing transitioning towards a similar kind of equilibrium? And the final kind of negative IP that we identify are what we call social norms-based systems. And these are sectors in which the actors develop bottom-up informal norms through which creativity and innovation is governed and policed. Our case study, the one about haute cuisine, is about one of these sectors. Haute cuisine has already been studied before as this kind of negative intellectual property space, but we were interested in asking a bit more. So the literature suggests that haute cuisine chefs develop these kinds of informal norms to govern copying, but we were interested in asking what are the patterns of knowledge sharing in the creative community, what are the actual patterns of knowledge sharing, and what is the role of knowledge disclosure in industry trends. So what we have done is we have started from the over 1,900 restaurants that are included in the 2022 Michelin Guide of Italian Restaurants. We have web scraped all the information that is included in the guide, and we have developed an online survey, which is still in progress because we had some technical issues at the beginning of the distribution, but at present we have a response rate of around 20%. I will give you some preliminary results. What we start to see is that knowledge sharing is actually quite common in this industry. On the first row, you see the answers to the question, basically how often have you asked and how often have you been asked information about recipes. And on the second row, there are a few graphs that suggest that knowledge sharing occurs strategically and in a complex way. So on the first graph, you see that almost 40% of our respondents say that their menus include recipes that are inspired by the work of other chefs. And the second graph shows that most people say that they have never received misleading information from their colleagues, but some people say that sometimes they have been given misleading information. So it looks like knowledge sharing occurs, but it is also a complex phenomenon. Here, again, you see some preliminary results. What I would like to stress is especially the last three bars are interesting. The yellow one shows that most respondents agree in saying that an influential chef has many imitators. So this points towards knowledge sharing as a sort of important factor in success in this sector. And on the bar below, you see that most people disagree in saying that imitation is detrimental to a chef's business. And this is interesting because with respect to the existing literature, it looks like knowledge sharing is actually an important factor here. And what is also interesting on the last bar is that in comparison to the second one, where people are sort of split in considering imitation a legitimate practice, most of our respondents agree in saying that imitation is legitimate when the source of imitation is acknowledged. So we're interested in studying the factors, the driving factors behind knowledge sharing, and to do this, we developed this scenario analysis. I will be very brief on this because results are very preliminary here, but basically what we do is we present respondents with scenarios where we manipulate some variables, and we are interested in seeing how people respond to the manipulation of some variables. So, to conclude, our preliminary findings suggest and point to the fact that there are self-organization mechanisms of knowledge generation and diffusion in these sectors, and these are what we call social norms-based systems. And this ability to self-organize imitation and copying suggests a very cautious stance towards the extension, de jure or de facto, of traditional IPR to new domains. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi everyone. Just allow me a second to set this up. Okay. Right. So Hello again, and so the project that I'm going to present now and also officially launched is called copyrightuser.eu, and it's an independent online platform intended to make EU copyright law accessible to everyone. Yes, sure.
I'm not taking it out of window.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. So, no, no.
Super weak now. Yeah. No, try it.
Okay. So in a way, this project tries to address a common issue that has been identified throughout various reCreating Europe projects, including the best practices project that Steph just presented. And the issue is that there is often quite limited awareness or understanding of copyright, across different creative and cultural communities. And the way in which Copyright User tries to respond to that issue is by offering guidance that is accessible, authoritative, balanced, and responsive to user needs. So we started the project by trying and capture the knowledge needs of different creative and cultural communities. We did that with the help of colleagues across the reCreating Europe Consortium. And the project also builds upon an existing platform called copyrightuser.org, which provides accessible guidance on UK copyright law. But given I only have a few minutes to present this website, I thought if you're interested in how we built the website, there is an interim report available on the reCreating Europe website, or you can come and find me during the coffee break. So what I'd like to do during this short presentation, give you a little tour of the website. So the main innovation from a user experience point of view on the .eu website is that in addition to a more traditional left-hand side menu, we are experimenting a new way to allowing users to navigate the website through interactive infographics. And the infographics are designed to help users understand the thought process that they need to follow to make informed decisions on copyright issues. So for example, what you are looking at when you land on the home page is this Venn diagram, which is based on a diagram produced by Ronan Deasley in 2006 for his book Rethinking Copyright, and that tries to illustrate the complex relationship between copyright and the public domain. So if you, for example, hover over the red circle, which is the copyright circle, you will find the different rights that constitute copyright, and when you hover over the public domain circle, you will find the various provisions that allow lawful reuse of existing materials without permission. And some of those provisions are also accessible here at the intersection. So those are the provisions that sit at the interface between copyright and the public domain. So like using ideas underpinning protected works, de minimis uses of protected materials, using protected works under exceptions, or using protected works under open licenses. And each of these elements is clickable and will take you either to a commentary about that topic or to what we call second layer infographics. So for example, economic rights will take you to this nice equation showing the 4 rights harmonized at the international level. And then if you click on read more, then you'll find a commentary about economic rights. I show you how these are structured, the commentaries later. Or we also have a nice equation for moral rights, showing the 2 moral rights harmonized at the international level, then EU level, again with commentaries. And for related rights, we have a more detailed infographic showing the different related rights provided by EU copyright law and the owners of those rights and so on, again with a commentary. We also have a nice infographic for exceptions. Again, based on EU copyright law, it gives you like a snapshot of some of the mandatory and optional exceptions provided by EU copyright law and what they are about. Then if you move to you can move to the next section of the website either by clicking on this left-hand side menu or this arrow here. And the next section is about protection. So it illustrates how EU copyright law protects creative works. Again, all these elements are clickable. So if you click, for example, on creative choices or author's own intellectual creation, it will take you to a commentary about There is a WebEx problem. Okay, I'll ignore it. About protected works, and yeah. Or if you click on either author or copyright owner, you will find guidance on authors and owners. Then the next section is about use, and it shows how the different ways in which you can lawfully use existing materials, either with permission from the copyright owner. And here there are two buttons, licenses and assignment, both of which will take you to a commentary about clearing rights produced by our reCreating Europe colleague, Giulia Dore. Or if you go to without permission, then you find basically the same buttons I showed you before. Just here, nice to note, the out of copyright works opens another infographic showing how copyright duration changes depending on the type of work you're dealing with. Again, with a commentary explaining it in more detail. Then the next one is about exploitation, and tries to illustrate how copyright owners can exploit their economic and related rights through different types of licensing or through an assignment of rights, whereas they can't exploit moral rights. And finally, the enforcement section giving like an overview of the different actions that are available to copyright owners, authors, online platforms, and the state to enforce copyright. And again, if you click read more here, you will find a commentary about enforcement that has been produced again by reCreating Europe colleagues Peter Medzej and Istvan Arkai. So that's the infographic navigation. As I mentioned, there is also a more traditional way of navigating the website. You can click here on the sitemap and access each of those commentaries separately. So say, for example, you're interested in protected works, then you can go straight to that commentary. And yeah, I just wanted to quickly show you how these commentaries are structured. So what you will find is guidance about the topic, again at the EU level. Then below that guidance, you will find guidance that is specific to certain types of works. So say you're interested in software, so you will find some considerations, a sort of bonus content about that topic and that type of work. And below that, you will find a research section, which at the moment only includes reCreating Europe outputs relating to that topic, but we already have plans to extend that section. You will find a legislation tab with relevant legislation and also a related cases tab with some key cases from the Court of Justice of the European Union, again with some tags by type of work. One last functionality I wanted to show you is that the website can also be automatically translated in all official EU languages. So at the moment, also for sustainability, at the moment we are allowing these translations. We're using Google Translate so that if we make a change, that change also appears on the client end. But at the same time, we've commissioned curated translations of all the commentaries, and they will be made available soon. So yeah, if I still have a minute, I guess I'll thank people and credits. I already mentioned reCreating Europe colleagues. Another contributor was Ariadna Matas from Europeana, who wrote about orphan works and out-of-commerce works. Special thanks to Ronan Deasley, who helped me produce quite a lot of the content you can find on this website. Special thanks, of course, to Create colleagues, Martin Kresmer, Marta Iliadisa, for all their help and supervision. And finally, some content credits. The website has been developed by Veste Software, design and infographics by One Design, and the illustrations by Vanessaurus. So yeah, thanks very much.
Bartholomew, you've been watching the Oscars too much, huh? And to my wife. So we're going to have a radical shift in the agenda and take Marce Hulsenbeck first before Estelle. And she's from the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision. And you want a website, right, Marce? Yeah. And I'm going to try it. Let's see.
I can already start before we see the website. Save some time. My name is Maartje Hulsenbeck.
This one? No.
How close this should be? Very close, okay. I'll just put it here. And I work as a copyright lawyer. Is this good? Yeah? Okay, cool. For 10 years now at the Netherlands Institute for Sonovision. And the Sonovision is the second largest digitized media archive in the world. We have broadcast television and radio in our archive, but also games and other stuff. And I would like to give you some insights in my work of the past 3 years, because we also have a very new and cool museum now at Sonovision. There was a museum before, but it has been totally renewed. And this is all about all kind of aspects of media. So why is this such a cool museum? In the first place, we offer you a total personal experience. By facial recognition and profiling, every visitor is offered personal content. And I think this is quite new. We have 165 cameras to recognize all the visitors. And we show them all kinds of items in 50 exhibits, which are all interactive. You can think of social media, games, commercials, all kinds of media-related topics. We show 9,500 items, which is video, audio, but also pieces from the newspaper, 77 hours of viewing time, so you can spend 3 entire days in our museum without getting bored. As you might have noticed, I highly recommend you to visit this museum, but not only because of this very personal and interactive experience, but also because it's legally very interesting and innovative. So legally, we have closed like years ago a very large licensing agreement with all the broadcasters and all the CMOs for the content we have in our archive. So that's the less exciting part of the legal thing going on in the museum. What was more exciting to me as a copyright lawyer is that we are showing in 22 of the 50 exhibits 1,853 items under the right to quote. So we're showing all these items without having asked permission to the authors. Why did we do this? Why did we use the right to quote? Well, we have also cleared a lot of items. Clearing is very time consuming and therefore very expensive and just sometimes impossible or not viable. So why is this sometimes impossible or not viable? Well, sometimes you just don't know the rights holder of a work and you really want to use it. Sometimes it's just too expensive to ask for a license, as we experienced. For example, all the films from the US, we just couldn't afford any footage of that. But we also want to show, as a museum who wants to educate on some topics, some controversial material, and we have noticed that, for example, companies, they just didn't want to be associated with certain commercials, for example, anymore. And sometimes rights holders or companies give permission, but under undoable conditions, such as we give you permission, but you can only show it if you also get permission of George Clooney or Carrie Bradshaw or people like that who are not super interested in corresponding with the Dutch Media Museum. So we have decided to use the right to quote as much as we could. And we stopped asking permission from in the cases as I just described. So how did we do this? Well, we have 5 different areas in the museum. Every area has a special curator. And the curators were instructed to discuss every possible exhibit where we could use the right to quote with me. And then the curator and me, we checked if the exhibit was suitable for the use of the right to quote. If it wasn't suitable yet, and we had to use the right to quote there, we sometimes had to make adjustments to the original design, which the designer of the museum actually didn't really like, but he just had to go with this, otherwise we couldn't use the footage that we wanted to use. So we have applied the conditions of the right to quote, of course. So we put every quoted item in the context of the part of that exhibit. We made sure that the used footage was an illustration of the story we wanted to tell. We checked if only the amount of the work was used that was needed in order to make our points. And the use of every item was checked, sometimes conducted on a sample, if there were too many, sometimes hundreds of items. Items were used in edited video compilations, all sorts of games, educational videos, and they were all interactive. Then the source reference. We also had to credit all the authors. That was pretty complicated because provided credits on screen or next to the work was a no-go for the designer of the museum. So we had to be creative with this. They said like too much information for the visitors on screen is just too distractive. We already put text there to explain a lot of things, and they would get a bit lost in text. So we chose to provide the credits on 2 separate screens, one per museum floor, and in the app that you use while you're visiting the museum. So there were QR codes put on every exhibit, and if you scan them, you can get to the credits. So the registration of all the names of the authors and the data and the sources, etc., was really a lot of work, but we really tried to provide as much information as we could. I think that Sonovision has really pioneered in the field of making use of the right to quote on such a large scale. There are no specific rules how to meet all these conditions of the right to quote because they're not laid down in the Dutch Copyright Act. We are used to a certain way of quoting, for example, quoting text we all are very familiar with, or providing credits on a work, or you can put the credits underneath or at the end of a film. This is common, but it's only common because it's happened a lot. And we now all think that this is how you should quote. But actually, we should try and do a bit more. So more ways of, for example, crediting can get common. So what we did at Southern Vision is not common yet, I hope. I hope that others will follow our example. For heritage institutions, it's quite hard to figure out how to use the right to quote, especially if you don't have the money to hire a lawyer or you don't have any experience. The consequence is that exceptions, but also the exception of the right to quote hasn't been used a lot, and I think that's really a shame. So it would be very helpful if there were guidelines, such as the codes, to help them out a little bit. And I'm very interested if you hear that any other museum used the right to quote, or that you have any experience with this. Please get in contact with me. That was it. Thank you.
Use this. Okay. Is this working? Good. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to stay close to the mic. You're right. It's a bit tricky. You seem like you're eating it somehow. Right. So yes, first of all, I'd like to really commend the reCreate team for all the work that they've done. Unfortunately, I missed it this morning, but this afternoon session was really interesting. And what strikes me from all the research that we've seen presented today is really the breadth, the diversity, and the sector-by-sector analyses that all these researchers have done. And I would really commend this, because I find it far more interesting to look at empirical research and also taking certain sectors to see whether copyright or indeed IP rights are needed or not needed, and what's the differences between all these sectors. So that's something that came out from all the panels today, and I would really like to commend that. So I will try to give some comments per paper. I would say this was my general sort of comment that I had to give to the entire gamut of research that's been presented this afternoon. Is it okay? Yes? I'm looking at translators in the audience, but it seems like it's fine. So first of all, what interested me really when I looked at the first paper is the study that was made of these influencers. There were only six influencers that you interviewed, but I think it gives you already quite an interesting data on the fact that copyright doesn't seem to be really interesting for them, and it's not an issue. I was not surprised to see that actually, because it's more of a brand, like you say, it's the brand. You can't really copy the brand. People would just go back to the influencer anyway. They don't want to see another person imitating them. So I was not surprised with that, but I would think that it would be interesting to look at more influencers, because maybe there's subsectorial sort of types of influencers, or that sort of research should be carried on different types or different countries perhaps, because it's brand new. So I'm not sure there's that much research that's been done on copyright and influencers. So that's one thing I thought was interesting. And also the circular economy one is interesting. Again, it's particular. You took only a couple, or I don't remember how many, and it was the tires and the other ones. And I would think it would be interesting to see how that develops, because the conclusions might be different for different sectors again. And obviously you didn't have the money or the funding to do plenty of different research, but that's something rather for the commission or researchers in the audience, like go ahead and do more empirical research on these new sort of business models, because there are interesting different issues in terms of IP, not just copyright, that could exist in there. And then I think there was a third one, and I missed it. What was the third one? Remind me. So influencers, yes. The one with the CAD sharing platforms, the maker economy, where here again, very different story. You need more IP there to regulate what's going on, and that was not surprise to me either, because there's been a lot that's been done actually with EU money, I think, on is 3D printing already. So that sort of confirms the previous research that's been done on that. In relation to the second paper, I thought that was also extremely interesting to see what, especially because you had to do this during the pandemic and that jinxed a bit the research, to see, actually, I imagine you changed your research questions during it. Yes, you did, because of it, and that it had different impacts on the different types of business models and certain interesting results that you didn't expect, that in fact they didn't really collaborate because they were all sort of far away, and digitization had this aspect. And maybe now that we're back, if you carried on the research, maybe you'd have different results. So that was quite interesting as well, I thought. So well done on that and adapting your research right in the middle of the study. Very interesting stuff. And again, you said there were some, because I'm not familiar with that research, that, you know, the stuff that you quoted in Berlin, etc. But I'm not sure if people have done the same research as you've done during the pandemic. And I'm throwing questions here because I think that might be more useful for the researcher than just me commenting and say, well done. To basically expand and see if other researchers have done the same as you during the pandemic in other creative hubs, or whatever you want to call them, cultural creative industries hubs, CCIs, to see whether the results are the same during a pandemic and then after, because now we're after, see what has changed. So I think that's, again, things that could be interesting to be done afterwards by you or other researchers. Now to the code of best practice for the filmmakers and the immersive experiences. So that is great. I liked your method that you use these workshops instead of using the stakeholder dialogue, so there was bottom up rather than top down, and really talking to the people involved and not trying to force them into some sort of preconceived way of doing things. So the methodology itself is great, and I think it should be replicated in other sectors as well. But I was surprised that there was nothing, that they had nothing. Is that right? They had no guidance at all, or they used other guidance from other sectors? May I ask questions to the, yes.
Yeah. It was a bit of both, actually. It's not that they are completely unaware of things, but the awareness is too limited to really fully rely on exception limitations. That's one thing. And the second thing that is especially the case for the documentary filmmakers, they are in a culture of rights clearance. They already up front, they are faced with situations that they have to go to an archive which only gives materials if they have cleared the rights. They will not be able to get financed, either by film funds or by producers if they didn't clear the rights. And they also can't get their films distributed at film festivals, because in all the requirements of the film festivals, it always says, did you clear the rights? So the whole culture is about rights clearance, and they kind of skip the whole idea that there is also flexibility within the system.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, get it. So it's also educational for them in a way. Yeah. So I think that's great, and I think that you've done that, obviously, again, with the constraints that you had only for 2 sectors and for 2 countries, right? But obviously that's something that should be expanded, because it's great. I mean, I'm sure that there is, obviously, codes of practice, academic publishers have them, or these big companies, or people are more aware of copyright issues, but now these some sectors, like probably circular economy, they have no clue, right? They don't even think perhaps of copyright or IPR when they recycling or upcycling things. So I think there's a lot of research to be done in this area, trying to bring the parties together, having this discussions rather than imposing them a code or general code of practice. Obviously, you take, like you did, take advantage of the fair use principles, and all that, but you just adapt them, right? And you're doing it per sector, having the discussions with the specific sectors. I think that would be something, again, nice to replicate, and perhaps the Commission has more funding to do these kind of sector by sector codes of practice, but obviously they can be reused. That's the beauty. You don't have to start from scratch. You can just reuse what's already there as a template that you can tweak. So is that all I wanted to say for that? Yes. Yeah, and in general, I think that this has shown, these projects have shown that the Commission and the European Union in general would be good. It would be good for them to carry on having these guidelines. I was just discussing with someone at lunch about guidelines on parody, because even with the Deckman case, and I've done research on that too, it's not clear, and there are disparities between the different national member states, the court decisions still now, even almost 10 years later. And that is the case almost in every single aspect of copyright. I'm doing a project on that, so it's a little bit of a shameless plug. But I can see that. So I think one of the recommendations is that do it by sector and do it by area of copyright law, because even if supposedly the Court of Justice and obviously the legislation tries to harmonize copyright law, it does not always have that effect. And it can be very difficult, especially if you do cross-territorial, trying to clear or not infringe copyright cross-territorially. It's extremely difficult and time-consuming, really, for any sector. So lots of work to be done. Right. So that was for Team 3. How am I doing with time, Sean? 2 minutes. Okay. So I've got 2 more reports. The one on negative space of EU creative industries. Oh yes, that I thought was great. I had a vague idea of what these negative spaces were, but I think you did both the theoretical aspect of trying to make a taxonomy of them, which is very commendable, and have this empirical study, which I understand is still ongoing. You have preliminary results on this haute cuisine, which again, when I saw that, I was not too surprised, because there are some industries where it's a bit like with the influencers, you can't really have too much. I mean, even if there is copying, people are still going to go to restaurants and they will still want to have the different experiences and maybe taste the same recipe by a different chef, even if it's imitated. So it's great to see that these kind of studies are being done to show that there are very big differences, and you can't just plug in the IP model, the copyright model in every sector. So it's a theme coming back from all this afternoon's research, I find. So I'll be very interested to see the final results of that and the other, fashion and stand-up comedians, academic publishing, especially academic publishing, because when I read your slides yesterday, I thought, academic publishing. And I understand now, I wanted to ask you this question, is like, are they transitioning to being in the same position as these other sectors? Indeed, because they're trying to be more open access rather than a model where you're making profits out of copyright books and other copyright products that are published. So that will be very interesting to see what you get out of this specific topic, academic publishing. And finally, the report on the copyrightuser.org. Obviously, I knew already the one that Creator generated with Ronan and the team at Glasgow. So I just looked and played a bit with the website, but I didn't play as much as you. So when I saw some of the things, I think, of course, it's a beta, right? You're not done with it yet. So is it open for comments? Can people send comments? Okay, great. So you get some from me. I think it's great. But I'm thinking as a young person, maybe you'd need to add more pictures or podcasts or even mini videos. Like we do that, and we have been obliged to do that during pandemic as teachers, and you need to get the people engaged. And I'm not saying that because it's not nice. It looks great with all these colors, but I think you will engage people more if it's more interactive and sort of full of little things that people get access to in like literally snippets. Because you think of people who are not aware of copyright, be more like young people or people who are in this influencer economy or new economies who don't the new generation don't want to spend too much time reading stuff. So it has to be slightly less academic. I understand that you need to have the text as well, but that was the first thing I was thinking of. And one of the things when I saw the copyright, like R1, R2, like right of reproduction plus, and I'm thinking of it, for us it's obvious, like it's not really a plus, it's an or. But for people, they think that if you add all these rights, then I have to clear the rights. Whereas it's an or, you have to clear the rights if it's reproduction, or it's rental, or it's this communication. So there are certain things you have to make sort of maybe a bit, it's funky to have these mathematical formulas, but you might want to make it a bit sort of you don't have to explain it, and people understand more quickly because otherwise it's confusing. They'll think, oh, I only have to clear copyrights if I do 4 of these things, not just 1. So it's just better, and I know you'll get lots of comments on it, but I thought it was great, and it needs to be now disseminated. Obviously, it will be, I'm sure, but in all these sectors, and that's a challenge because obviously, if you want to disseminate all this great research, you need to basically use Twitter or the people or influencers maybe, so they can spread the word about that and make people more aware of copyright. No, I'll just stop now.
Thank you. So we just have 2 minutes left, but does anybody want to respond to any of the comments that you heard or have a final last word? Go ahead, Bartholomew.
Yeah, no, thanks so much for your very interesting and productive comments. Just to respond to Estelle's comments on copyright user, yes, I mean, I completely get that, but in a way that was the approach that we tried with copyrightuser.org initially, so we did like FAQs and videos with creators as the entry point to the website. For this one, also because we are dealing with 27 different jurisdictions and there is a sustainability challenge there. So we tried a different approach, so offering this sort of open access, accessible textbook, which is authoritative but understandable to everyone, and then try and create a constellation of entry points around it, but not within the website. So for example, we're already having a conversation with Indices, which is the other big project under the same Horizon 2020 scheme. So how cultural access practitioners and the Sound Vision Institute with this team. So that's the idea. We'll try, we're experimenting different ways and we'll see what works.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's great that you would make links to every member state's specific, content in the language of the member state, so it's not all translated and all sort of static, and you can leave links. That would be great. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, and on the second point as well, the infographics, there are 2 types of infographics. Some are more explanatory, like the related rights one. Others try to be more intriguing rather than expressive. The economic rights one, sort of, it can be educational, so a teacher can use it to explain harmonization and so on, but also it's supposed to be intriguing and, encouraging people to click on the read more button. And just one final acknowledgement I wanted to make. We already thanked Marta Eliadis specifically about copyright user, but I think, you should be thanked also for all the hard and amazing work you did in coordinating all the projects under World Package 4. Thank you.
Okay, with that, to keep right on time, we'll turn it back over to the chairs and for the next panel. Cultural heritage institutions.
Yes, please. As a reminder, there is a coffee break after our session, so no need to leave the room now. Okay, for the I don't if everything is in here. Yeah. Oh, what is this now that we have to do? Maybe yes. Because I don't want to close this. Can I close? No. I need to reduce. No.
Oh, sorry.
I just need to reduce that. I cannot.
What do you mean exactly?
Reduce the icon. To find to open the desktop. Here, I cannot. Click on that.
Sorry. So all our presentations are there?
Yes, I think so, but I'm trying to.
Okay.
Very good?
Exactly. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah,
See, if this one, yes,
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ok, so prima di tutto Roberto. Ok. Vai. Ok. Questa di qua sono noi. Oh, what is this? Ed è questo quello che dobbiamo mettere. And this.
I'll just sit here.
Does it work?
Yeah, that's well. Yeah, you can come up then, maybe.
Okay, we'll come up.
Yeah, we'll come up.
It's gonna be okay.
Okay, let's start immediately. Please take your seats again. We have a very impressive panel, not even lacking chairs, sufficient chairs. The rest of the panel is there. Let me already introduce myself. I am Marie-Christine Janssens. I am professor not far from here in Leuven University, KU Leuven. I'm of course excited, as all of you, to be here, that we were invited, that you have assembled so many copyright scholars, young and old. I've been looking at the ceiling and wondering if it comes down, there will be no copyright scholars left, maybe. Maybe the policymaker will not regret that too much because he gets bombarded by all these recommendations, but that's what we keep doing, so let's continue. My panel, I have the honor to chair a panel that consists of 3 speakers, 3 project speakers, 1 intruder, and 3 experts. You learn about the intruder later. Actually, I'm also an intruder, but never mind. And there is a last panel member, that's my smartphone. So I will stick to the time as everyone, but I've asked this member to be kind, so it will not be a brutal noise. You will hear the sound of a harp, and that means your time is over. So, okay, let's then start with Roberto Caso and Paolo Guarda from the University of Trento. Please take the microphone.
Thank you so much, Marie-Christine, for this great introduction. I'm realizing why I'm talking among so many dinosaurs, because I am a dinosaurus in legal scholarship, but probably I can be still useful in some way. You can decide after the presentation. Anyway, today we have the great opportunity to present the results of working package 5 of the reCreating research project to the public in this room and in this important cultural institution. The only takeaway of this presentation is the cultural institution, public cultural institutions, not profit cultural institutions, probably can be the last line of defense of diverse, inclusive culture. For this reason, speaking here, it is a unique opportunity for a scholar, for a legal scholar like me, to connect science, art, politics, and law. As legal scholars, we are in a very fortunate position compared to politicians. In critically rethinking copyright law, we consider everyone's interest, but we don't represent anyone's interest. We speak not on behalf of interest, but on behalf of science, the legal science. Of course, the legal science is not neutral. It is oriented toward values and principles. Law, you know very well, is a formalization of politics. From this point of view, while the emphasis in recent years has been on copyright as a tool for innovation, we think there are other important values and principles at the stake. I'm referring to the advancement, the progress of science and art, the progress of knowledge. and its connection with freedom of expression, of thought, and information. In other terms, copyright is a part of a democratic society. Professor Séverine Dusolier said this morning, copyright is not only about market. Exactly. Copyright is a fundamental tool for a legal framework of a democratic society. In order to educate new generation in school, university, and public or not-for-profit institutions such as museums, libraries, and archives, it is essential to guarantee, even to the poorest strata of the population, free access and reuse of knowledge and culture. In the data age, this means ensuring free access and reuse of data even through development of non-profit-oriented technologies and institutions. With this in mind, we need to reform copyright law and remedy what has been a fatal error of copyright law, transforming copyright from a tool of freedom of expression and information to a legal tool of a centralized control over data, information, and machines. Unfortunately, the oligopolies of digital age are taking advantage of this extraordinary power to control information, data, and machines. Obviously, this problem cannot be framed only from the perspective of copyright law, but copyright law remains a fundamental piece of the legal puzzle. So some of the results of our work on this topic is about the relationship between cultural heritage regulation, data regulation, and copyright law. And this is now the time for Paolo Guarda. Paolo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roberto. We usually provide this cabaret, Roberto, and me with cabaret performance, and we say 50 and 50 with reference to time, and usually it takes 80%, I get 20, that's the point, I'm gonna waste in it, but today was not so bad. I wanted to start with this sentence. So thank you and good afternoon. So, I mean, let's go a bit into detail with reference to data. Of course, we take into account, and we start from Open GLAM. You probably know that, of course, open knowledge and open science inspired our research activity also from an ethical point of view, and also, so Open GLAM is a derivation from Open Knowledge Foundation. In a way, it's one keyword for us. We stress on not only access, but first of all, reuse. And in a way, I recall what Roberto was talking about, not only preservation, but research and production and innovation. So, I mean, the reuse is a keyword in this kind of sector. It's a context characterized by a variety of type of data, of digital reproduction of resources and related information. That brings us to possible obstacles in actually achieving and addressing the Open GLAM principles. Of course, lack of resources, but an unclear and inconsistent legal and policy framework. At the end of the story, very often, in the digitization process, copyright finishes to cover the intellectual work, the original work, the reproduction and related data. So with an extending, too much extending the material scope. Then we have also issues related to institutions involved. So the different pieces of regulation actually refers to different terminologies. So we have cultural establishment, we have Open Data Directive, we have cultural heritage institutions. They usually refer to public sector, but it's not always so clear. So again, another problem related to the pivotal interplay between public and private sector stakeholders in that kind of context I'm coming. So that's, I mean, that's a simplification in a way. And I'm starting apologizing because I'm in front of a lot of very very famous and expert IP scholars, and it's really a simplification, but we don't have to turn too much around the problem and the point.
Another warning, I usually teach this content using another slide, so it was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and I'm talking about schizophrenic approach, but Roberto suggested me not to use it, so frustrating my creativity, and so you get the polite version. If you want to follow the not polite version, just attend my course at the Faculty of Law, where Roberto do not provide censorship. Kidding, of course. So we have from one side, we have a policymaker that charmed by strong narrative and declamation toward openness and open data. So they stress a lot this kind of point. So we have a lot of documents, recommendation, building a European data economy, European data strategies towards a thriving data-driven economy. So openness, data-driven society, circulation of information. But by the other side, they tend to be very reluctant to act and more persuaded by IPR's exclusivity. That's the polite version of what I'm talking about. So that could be a key point, also a way to understand the scenario and our approach. So such unconclusive closing remarks coming from the research activity we carry on, but there are also open issues for other researchers. So openness by default, that's a mantra, but the scenario is still too much informed by IPRs from our perspective. So all the limits, I mean, the Open Data Directive and the other piece of regulation in a way frustrates principles of openness and very often limits the mandate to openness in itself. We are going to talk about in our policy recommendation tomorrow about that. We suggest a renovation, a renewing of the IPR's rule. And also let me say also that, I mean, sometimes talking about exceptions in these scenarios and referring to data is quite risky, even when the legislator try to input them in the system, because these exceptions finishes to certify some rights on data that probably could be debated or probably they do not exist. So that's another point. So we have a very fragmented, sometimes overlapping rules. We have not to take into account only copyright, but also all the other data package regulations, so Data Governance Act, Data Act, Open Data Directive, and so on and so far. We were quoting also this morning. It's quite complex. It's a challenge for the jurist in itself. I'm coming, 1 second. And not always, I mean, it's also quite difficult to combine them. There are a lot of overlapping. And let me say also that very often having so many rules does not mean to be able to properly achieve the goals. What a future with the European data space. That's a new hope, recalling a saga, Star Wars. If you know Roberto, you know that he has an obsession with Star Wars. So I have to quote Star Wars at least once per presentation. So that's a good example. So you know that the European data strategy was listing a lot of data spaces, health data space, financial data space. It was actually not listing that one, but could be a laboratory, a context where interoperability, not only technical, but also legal interoperability may be an issue and some issue may be solved. So unclear regulation for digital production, but I'm going to the end. That's the last provocation. 2 emblematic cases, taken by the Italian context. To be honest, that's a warning. They do not refer properly to data. They refer to images in a way, but they also represent, again, the contrast, the schizophrenic approach by the cultural institutions involved. From one side, with the Museo Egizio of Turin, we collaborated a lot with them. They have an open policy with reference to images. And from another side, a very recent case from the Tribunale di Venezia, Court of Venice. I don't know if you are aware of it. It's a really funny one, where the Galleria dell'Accademia, who actually is a custodian of the Vitruvian Man, Leonardo da Vinci, sued Ravensburger because Ravensburger portrayed the Vitruvian Man in a puzzle, so it could be also the questionnaire issues. And at the end, they got the injunction, and so Ravensburger has to stop in producing this puzzle. The legal basis are, the Italian Civil Code, Article 6, 7, and 10, so name and images. That's also has to be debated with reference to right of personality on the Minister of Culture, the Galleria dell'Accademia. And another peculiarity of the Italian context is the Cultural Heritage Code. It's a peculiarity of the Italian context, I guess also in Greek. Article 108 provide, that who is this custodian of a piece of art may have to authorize commercial purposes. So that's a schizophrenic approach because in a way we are trying to, that could have a negative effect if other cultural institutions will follow this kind of. So I'm kidding, closing, references to some deliverables, but also I acknowledge my debt to Marta Rees, who is sitting here, for the suggestion and helps in providing this presentation. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I was a little bit delayed, but
You did use up your 50%, not
I did. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, So I'm inviting Giulia Dore and Laura Di Nicola from the University of Trento to present their conclusions. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And Julia and I will present and discuss a key feature of the research methodology of reCreating Europe, which was the application of empirical analysis to study and understand the impact of digitization on cultural heritage institutions. So before embarking on our research, we started during the first step of the project proposal. We started making some assumptions. So we understood the importance of an interdisciplinary approach to study the impact of copyright on digitization, and we were also aware of the opportunities offered by an evidence-based research, even if its application was rare. And we also knew that IP and copyright law were having some kind of impact on cultural heritage institutions, and that these institutions were not provided with legal information and training, and nor they were familiar with instruments and principles offered by open policies to access, use and reuse digital content. Of the many and ambitious objectives set forth by this project, with our research we aimed at investigating the impact of intellectual property law, and more in particular copyright law, on the practice of digitizing cultural heritage by the cultural heritage institutions. We aimed at informing on copyright and open policies as they apply to the digital cultural heritage, supporting the bottom-up approach for legal training and guidance for cultural heritage institutions, measuring the impact of digitization and copyright through a social-economical, social-legal analysis, and providing policymakers with updated and empirical data they could use to deliver a better legislation. So before any empirical analysis, we undertook a desk-based research that would suggest inter alia 3 main points. Firstly, the digital technologies had increased the already complex mission of cultural heritage institutions, posing new and constantly evolving kind of challenges. Secondly, that IP poses many obstacles to a full development of digitization, and that open policies risk to remain only a statement. And yet, intellectual property rights are not the only obstacles, but there are other factors that remain unexplored. Okay, with the above assumption and premises, we undertook our empirical research combining qualitative and quantitative methodology, and the data were collected through an online questionnaire and a set of semi-structured interviews. So the questionnaire was, the aim of the questionnaire was not that of having a representative sample, but rather a pilot research in order to collect information about digitization practices and about problems and obstacles faced by cultural heritage institutions in digitizing their cultural resources. Also, we did not expect respondents to provide accurate legal information. The semi-structured interviews that complemented the questionnaire clarify some of the responses of the questionnaire and also allow to further explore some of the initial findings. And we, in the end, the respondents were able to, they actually had some legal knowledge, or they held a position that implied having knowledge of copyright law.
What about the profile of our respondents? About 125 organizations responded to our questionnaire, and the majority of them were public institutions, only few private, and the majority of them were libraries, followed by museums and then galleries. What is interesting to notice here is that about the dimension, we had a pretty balanced situation. So we had big, small, and medium organization responding, and they were relocated in different countries. But most responses came from Italy, Germany, Denmark, Estonia, and the Netherlands. We focus on two main illustrations here, and if you want to know more, you can check our reports and also the journals that is forthcoming. Of all the fundings, though, we think it's especially interesting to look at the IPR's management by cultural heritage institutions, and also the other point is about the practices and policies providing for access and reuse of digital cultural material. On the first point, you notice that respondents said they either obtain permission from the right holders or they rely on exceptions. But in most cases, they also said that IPRs, including copyright, were still in force. Looking at the exact numbers, of course, you notice that, as we did, there are some inconsistencies, and we, thanks to the semi-structured interviews, clarify these inconsistencies. And most of them were related to this principle, that most cases, cultural heritage institutions do not really have an actual understanding of the legal meaning of this concept. And this really is a barrier to really understand the findings of our research. But as I said, the interviews really clarifies this aspect. And the same is for the illustration of access and reuse of digital cultural resources. Even here, in most cases, they will give access to their digital collection, but in most cases also they will apply restrictions. But then when in the semi-structured interviews we ask if what they really mean by reproduction, distribution, sharing, they did not really have a clear idea about this concept. And this is a point that has to be stressed and emphasized here, and we did it in our research. So we jumped to the conclusion, and I'm being very brief here because I see the time is running, is that we found that copyright had some role in this, but more like less significant impact compared to what we thought at the very beginning in our assumption. But this is also related first on the dimension of the organization, because the larger one would have the possibility to be legally trained and be legally informed, but the smaller organization and medium will not have these resources. And this is clearly a problem. But in most cases, the fact that they believe copyright was not relevant is exactly related to this point. So they think that financial and organizational barriers prevail and are stronger than copyright, but in the end, this is really related to the fact that they don't really know exactly what it is about. I think that your example is a unique one, or only few museums and institutions will have this power, these resources, but in the majority of cases we have seen they don't have such support, and this is something we have to do something about. In the conclusion, and also in view of our policy recommendations, we really think that what is needed here is a regulatory framework that puts emphasis on general principles of copyright and seeks the fair balance that the Court of Justice is prompting over and over. And we believe that social, legal, and particularly empirical research is useful here, because can provide data to policymakers, but legislation has to follow a bottom-up approach in any case. And we see that what is important here to really understand is that cultural heritage institutions need support, and the route to a balanced legal framework really begins by acknowledging the importance and the constitutionally granted freedom to access, to participate, to reuse cultural materials. And this is the only way we can really believe that we'll have a creative, diverse, and accessible Europe in what our project believes. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's not me, it's that other guy here around the table. I welcome now Marta Jacika, if I pronounce it correctly, from Create University of Glasgow, and Pinar Ork, University of Manchester. I think it was here somewhere. To find it with difficulty. Maybe go. No, we have to escape. Close.
They're not really worth the wait, the slides, I think.
Is Julia, you have put it on? Can you help us out?
It's definitely there. Oh, we can do without it. I think this is fine.
Well, Julia, you have it there, right?
It is?
No, it's just the mouse is not very responsive.
So it's here.
I think this is, yes? Okay, and this. Okay.
Thank you. You're going to be very upset when you see it's literally one picture. Thank you very much, everyone. It's lovely to be here, and we're turning to a slightly different discussion, perhaps to the ones that we've had so far. So, what we're wanting to talk about here is a project within Work Package 5. So this is Task 5.4. On understanding the relationship between intellectual property and placemaking, which I think is generally not. Placemaking is generally not a concept you see put together with IP, which is really the whole point of this particular study. And Pinar and I here are actually speaking on behalf of 3 teams, so from Create, from Trento, and from the University of Tartu. So there's the 2 of us, there's Giulia Dore, Laura Di Nicola, Marta Risi, and then also Ingmar Pastak and Helen Enmar. And just for those who, unlike Ingmar and perhaps a few others, are not geographers, where this concept tends to be quite popular, placemaking perhaps broadly, we might say, refers to the generation of place attachment, or it's a way of describing physical and social processes for engaging with spaces. And I guess what we're saying is that often what is missing there is the engagement with perhaps with an understanding of how copyright or trademarks might also serve this function, either to enhance placemaking activities or in fact sometimes perhaps not to enhance them. And more specifically, perhaps what we're interested in, given the work package is on GLAMS, etc., is the way in which art, cultural heritage, perhaps even also elements of the built environment, can be understood as a core part of placemaking. So then the question is, how do IP rights interact with these? And this is important because a variety of different stakeholders are going to be relevant here. Because museums, we might see as sort of placemaking agents, quote unquote, in terms of fostering place attachment. If you're a local authority or a city tourism board, you're engaged in perhaps encouraging tourism and investment. To do that, you're often also engaging in placemaking. So there is this sort of broader attempt here to talk about how these different concepts relate to each other. But what we found also that's quite interesting is that this kind of IP investigation actually really complements a whole range of existing EU projects on placemaking, either directly or indirectly, including on whether it's engaging communities through art or creating place brands. Often the part that's not really considered is sort of the copyright or the trademark element of that. Similarly, we think that this kind of work offers actually some pretty exciting perspectives on the development of the common European data space, which I think probably ought to be understood as potentially relevant also to placemaking. So in our rather limited time, we want to talk about really two things. Or there are two aspects. One is on copyright, which I'll now hand over to Pina, and then I'll come back and talk about trademarks.
All right, so I'll start with the copyright part of it. When we talk about this difficult relationship between placemaking and heritage and IP, when we talk about heritage in general, we have a wide understanding of it. So we're not just talking about tangible objects, but we also include kind of the intangible heritage of the cities, movable and immovable objects. We include public art architecture, but also objects that are held in institutions. And we also focus on both their digital uses, but also on-site uses. So we try to, in this project, we try to keep a wide understanding of how cities can use their own heritage. Second important disclaimer is that we have to take communities and how these individual cities have different strategies about how they approach their placemaking projects, both at the kind of tourism board level, but through the individuals that engage with heritage in their own individual kind of attempts at forming a place attachment. So for that, we also need to focus on specific kind of cities and what they need. And for that, we focused on Glasgow, Tallinn, and Trento. So here, these cities are relatively similar in size and similar in goals, similar shift to the digital. So for example, Glasgow is a post-industrial city that has reinvented itself through a bunch of different events that happened over time. So Glasgow Garden Festival is one of them. Becoming the European City of Culture in 1990 is another example of how Glasgow again reinvented its identity. And 2014 Commonwealth Games, for example, had a role in the regeneration of the city. Similarly, there are also digital events happening at Glasgow. So for example, the Hunterian Museum has a virtual exhibition that allows you to go through the kind of the collections of the Hunterian Museum. Tallinn also has this old town in the UNESCO list, and it's rebranding from an industrial city to creative city, as our colleagues have written about, and also a European capital of culture from 2011. And finally, we dealt with Trento, who has both natural and cultural heritage, and there's urban regeneration and placemaking going on at both individual level and through provincial territory level throughout the area. And there's also the Hidden Trento app that allows you this immersive experience to kind of walk through 1562. So that's another way of engaging with digital heritage. And here we looked at some copyright exceptions that could make it easier, and in particular we focused on one, freedom of panorama. For example, to reproduce and share buildings and sculptures in public cities is quite important in placemaking. UK has it, so for example, Italy does not. Reconstruction of buildings was another one that we looked at because it's quite important for preserving the buildings in terms of placemaking. So you kind of want to achieve that without worrying about the copyright in the buildings or their drawings. And in particular, then we also looked at the CDSM directive. So Article 6, for example, is quite useful for preservation, but it's limited to certain stakeholders and it's limited to permanent collections, so it could be quite kind of limiting in terms of placemaking. Article 14, again, quite useful, but placemaking usually requires faithful copies of the cities itself because you want to give the identical image of the city to whoever you're trying to promote your city to. Article 8 to 11 is quite useful to also include out of of commerce works in your attempts for placemaking, but again, there needs to be a reasonable effort to establish that, so it could be quite risky to put an out of commerce work in the heart of your placemaking project because of the legal uncertainties surrounding it. But it's also important to keep in mind that although they have similar aims, these cities, they have different individual national legal differences. So UK not implementing CDSM is quite a key difference for the UK side. For Estonia, not having the reconstruction exception is quite a key difference. Plus, there's a provision on works of folklore being excluded from copyright. And for Italy, as mentioned earlier, there is the Italian Heritage and Landscape Code that requires authorization for commercial reproduction. And also there's no kind of the exception of panorama. So these are quite key differences when it comes to the cities that we have selected. And I'll leave the final copyright point, accessibility, to Marta.
This is sort of just the highlight, really. And as part of our work, what we discovered in particular by looking at the Museo Omero, the Tactile Museum, and also the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art of Trento and Rovereto, was the importance of accessibility. So not just in terms of sort of thinking about this in terms of copyright in, say, the circulation of digitized creativity, but really what this looks like and how it works sort of on the ground. And these, for you can read about them obviously in more detail later, but they offer sort of really interesting examples, perhaps I guess you could say, of really excellent practices in terms of access. So I guess what I'm saying is when we talk about placemaking, we need to sort of not lose sight of the particular communities and the different needs of different groups of people within that city. And actually I should just say, just before moving on, so Séverine Dussolier said earlier, she was like, end users, how else might you call the people who are sort of interacting with this work? Well, actually, in our particular project, we tended to focus on the inhabitant. And in my last 33 seconds, I'm going to give you just an example of that and just omit the little mini tutorial on trademarks that I was going to give you. Let's just leave the absolute grounds for refusal. But here we have the People Make Glasgow logo and phrase. For those of us who live in Glasgow, this is obviously quite a common thing. For those of you who don't know it, you have this pink writing over 3 lines. And this is a really interesting example of an element of a place brand that you could say was both directed internally towards inhabitants as well as externally towards visitors and perhaps investors and others. And what we're saying is that actually this is why trademarks matter to placemaking. I'll just leave it there. But I hope that you will go and read some of what we've written in our reports once they're out. Thank you.
Okay, next presentation by that's the so-called intruder, because he's coming from the competing project, as I am also a PI from the competing project, but you don't get a preferential treatment. It's 10 minutes.
Okay, before that I need to find where is my presentation. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. As I was introduced, I am an intruder, and I also probably be more sorry.
No, I am not a technician, please, so come. Okay. I mean, I helped before, but it's not my thing.
How we can do that? Oh, maybe. Okay. I have idea. Okay. Okay, so once...
You don't see that.
Okay. So I try to be as quick as possible, and okay, I can see there. Okay. So why I am from the Indices project, so it is not a competing project, I would say. It is more something which is more complementary to what was done in the reCreating, and I try to present things which we in our team create as the white paper of legal recommendation in the area of cultural heritage institution. But to be honest, this is a thing which stands on the shoulders of other partners in our consortium, especially in the first part, which was based on empirical and economic analysis. The second part, led by the professor, which was based on the legal analysis, and the third part, which was based by our Centrum Cyfrowej Jagiellonii University, more open approach to those elements. We try to understand what are, first of all, what are their policy recommendations when it comes to cultural heritage institutions, and you can find a lot of them. So we try not to rephrase them once again, but to give some kind of assumptions which from our perspectives comes from our analysis. In general, from our perspective, there is a very important, a very good room for important change of how we perceive copyright, especially when it interplay with cultural heritage institutions. So, what is the traditional approach which is dominated probably in most case scenarios? So first of all, we treat a cultural heritage as just a normal property, so that's why we should it should be regulated the same way. We assume some kind of linear model of creativity, which is embodied in the copyright, and also we treat exception and limitation exceptional. This is something outside or something which we want to avoid as much as possible. Why is it so? Is it because we think that cultural production is made in those two traditional mode of production and distribution of cultural goods, which was called by Piero Luigi Sacco, this economic part of our analysis, as cultural point 1 and cultural point 2. What is important is that those two models are based on this kind of active creator and passive audience distinction, which is inherent in both of those situations. But of course, this kind of traditional approach is embodied with copyright in general. So we treat exclusive rights somehow as a rule. We think that more exclusive right is better for creativity. This is also one of the recitals from our directive. So at the end, we think that we should strengthen copyright this way or another. We also assume this linear model of creativity and distribution of creative content. So we have an author, he produced some kind of content, then he signed a contract, and then the audience gets what they want to get. And at the end, we treat exception and limitation as something exceptional. So we don't like them. We think that exception and limitations somehow destroyed copyright system. So we put them in cage by the three-step test, first of all. But then we also add the strict interpretation. And now we are very happy because the balance is correct. Why is it so? From my perspective, this kind of situation in the copyright arises from thinking like that. We have this kind of creative output, and this is but where is true value of that? The true value is realized by this cultural point 1 or point 2, which means that those market models of production and distribution of goods. We think that real value is there, so we should protect this real value by copyright, and then we have those kind of lesser things, those exceptions, all those, out of commerce work, nobody wants to care about them, orphan works, who cares, there is no owner, no problem, so we can put them in exception and limitations, okay? But then, this, of course, translates to how copyright system is created and how is then interpreted in practical terms. But there could be a different perspective, and from my perspective, much more suitable when it comes to cultural heritage, but maybe in general to copyright. We call it public mission approach to copyright. So first of all, as one of the Polish famous economists says, if you take a wrong assumption, you come to wrong conclusion. So we try to develop a different assumption of how we should frame a situation in which we want to regulate intellectual properties in copyright in particular. So first of all, if somebody believes in natural rights, it's not me. So it's very important because after that we need to say that if we create rights, we do it for some particular purposes, and only to extend to those purposes. And of course, you can find lots of citation here and there, but this, at the end, you can put it in the civil law policy science, which was developed Professor Petraszycki 100 years ago, and the main elements of this way of thinking is like that. You create rights not because you want to benefit individuals, but you want to benefit individuals because by doing that, you benefit society. And there is always need to look at this society plus when you create particular rights and when you, of course, interpret those rights. And when it comes to a public mission approach, our source of inspiration was Mazzucato perspective of public mission economy. What it means? First of all, we have cultural heritage institutions, and we create them by the society to conduct particular tasks. This particular task is to preserve and share their collections. This is their task. All the museums, libraries are created just for that, so we need to take into consideration when we think how we should regulate things in this area. And of course, as I mentioned before, we treat copyright not as an end itself, but an instrument to achieve certain social goals. So we need to understand those certain social goals. So from that perspective, first of all, we try to treat heritage as heritage. We want to put into consideration as well the right to culture as something which should be used as a guiding principle, and also special rights for those special institutions which we call cultural heritage. When it comes to treating cultural heritage as heritage, the most important element, of course, from that perspective is that we want to avoid this kind of linear thinking of creative process. This is something which did not happen in a creative world ever in the reality, because creation is, this is the cultural cycle from the UNESCO, which capture how the creativity works. And this is not a new element, this is not nothing invented 10 years by the UNESCO, but this is in general how the creative process works in society. There is no such a thing that there is a linear model of how things come to reality. Of course, we need to stand of the right of culture as a serious element of this system, but I want to go even further. And when it comes to this mode of production, how we come with creativity, we need to look at this speedometer, not only from the perspective of Culture 1 and Culture 2, but also with this thing which was called by Pierluigi Sacco's Culture 3-point regime. He worked on that extensively, so I just want to put in one element that we need to look that creation in this particular mode of production is based on active cultural participation. There is no such a thing as passive user in this way of thinking. We have all those active creation participation, which means we need a bit of more room for reuse. And that's why, from the guidelines, from the economic part of view, we also understand that when we think about the value in this process, we should not focus only with the revenues element, but also with those indirect things which are those indirect induced effects generated by the particular creative product. And it was put beautifully by, once again, Pierluigi Sacco in this 8-year impact. He assessed, and our research have documented the impact of cultural active participation on different aspects of people's lives. Okay, not only on the revenue streams, but the different aspects of people's lives. Of course, it also translates to a different approach how we should regulate those things. But what is the most important, and this is last but not least my slide, is when we think about how we should regulate copyright, and this is a wrong question. First of all, we need to understand what are the social value we want to protect. Then, when we understand those social value we want to protect, then we need to think, maybe we should have a copyright system for that, or for some extent, or maybe we should allow a different way of using and reusing those things in a different mode of production. Maybe this is also the case, and this should not be a closed discussion. So from the short point of view, from that perspective, we should move more to this kind of perceiving what are the mission of the cultural heritage institution, why do we have them, and why we should create specific rights for them to conduct their missions. And we propose, because in our white papers we have extensive analysis of DSM directive, which is very, in an incremental way of thinking, but also we have this kind of proposition of structure of the European instrument for ensuring access and reuse of cultural heritage resources. And if you want to learn more, you can look at our white paper. And thank you for your attention. I was almost on time.
Okay, I think there's lots of food for our experts to comment on. I would invite you to come and speak here, because these microphones are really kind of annoying for the people in the room, if that's possible for you. So I would first like to ask Fiona. Yeah, there. Fiona Macmillan, she's professor at the University of Roma Tre and at Birkbeck, University of London. And you have 8 minutes, sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me, and congratulations to Katerina, who's probably somewhere here, but I can't, oh, yes, she is, and to all the colleagues involved in this incredible project. Doing all this research, delivering all this in 3 years is a remarkable achievement, and also, I think, an incredibly important achievement for reasons I'm about to say for all of us. I think that most scholars who go into working in copyright because at university they're a bit bored with law, they're really interested in creativity, they're interested in cultural production, they're interested in the dissemination of cultural products. And so that's the thing that gets you interested in it. Okay, now, that was the thing that got me interested in it. In my case, there's been a long process of disillusionment. Because how do I see copyright now after, I'm sorry to have to say it, but it's true, several decades of being a researcher in this area? I see it as mostly characterized by a closure which is designed to promote the accumulation of capital. And that, for me, is a tragedy. One of the reasons this project is so incredibly important is partly lies in its name, which is recreate. Not reappropriate, not reaccumulate, but recreate. And why is that so important? Because we have to get back control of the language in this area. Okay, we speak in the language of the big copyright industries. Severine talked about this morning. Now we use the word piracy without any sense of self-criticism. 15 years ago, this is an incredibly contested concept. So I think we need to get back control of the language, and I think this project, with its emphasis on this word create, actually gives us a really good opportunity to start doing that. Okay, now, when we move on to the GLAM sector, which of course, and this particular bit of the project is very close to my own heart and to my own research, so I'm really delighted to comment on it. When we get onto the GLAM sector, we're not really so much talking about, sorry, I'm trying to get out of the light in my eye. We're not really talking so much about the type of capital accumulation on the back of copyright that we usually intend when we talk about the political economy of capitalism. We're talking about another problem, but it's also a problem of the system we live in, which is the underfunding of public institutions. And the underfunding of public institutions, of course, has led those institutions to try and find ways of increasing their funding, of allowing, in the sense of having more funds in order to do more interesting things. And we all know that GLAM institutions do some fantastically interesting things with their collections. You were talking about this in the previous panel. So it's a slightly different problem of regular accumulation in the copyright industries, but it's still a problem, and it's a problem because GLAM institutions not only hold our cultural memory, but in holding our collective cultural memory, they also hold our collective cultural identity. Okay, they're like a kind of an enormous source of not just cultural production, but also cultural identity. So in whatever the few minutes are that are left to me, 3 minutes and 54 seconds that are left to me, want to make a couple of comments. I want to pick up 3 themes which have come out of the papers that I've heard now. And those 3 themes are sort of around the idea of retaking and protecting the concept of openness in intellectual debate and in intellectual property debate and in copyright policy. And we really have to be careful of this concept. Just at the moment, as you all know, and we've talked, this expression's been used several times today, we're living in a world where an incredibly heavily protected algorithm that we know as GPT-4 is actually got a tag name OpenAI. Okay, what's open about it, I'm not sure. So we really need to be really careful with these expressions. You know, language is what we use to communicate concepts. Okay, so there's 3 things. Okay, less than a minute for each. The first is, I really want to go back to this question about what it means to be able to access things in GLAM institutions. Access is not a passive thing. Again, Severine mentioned, she said an excellent trend here, mentioned this expression end user. Okay, the end user sounds like a really passive person, but if we want to engage with culture, we're not just talking about access, we're talking about use, we're talking about reuse. So we have to make sure that we're not, that access is, we're not just being turned into passive receivers of something. So I think that is the first thing that I think is really important to emphasize from these papers. The second thing is another problematic distinction that absolutely characterizes intellectual property research, and this is the distinction between virtual space and real space. It's also linked in with this impossible distinction that we have in intellectual property between the tangible and the intangible. Okay, we need to start, if we want to talk about access in the context of GLAMs, of cultural institutions, including cultural spaces that we live in, such as cities, then we need to really start questioning this distinction that we always draw between virtual space and real space. And I think we need to think much more carefully about the intangible distinction in intellectual property discourse. Abraham Drassenauer says this fantastic thing that if we focus on that distinction, because we've already propertized the tangible, all we're doing is we're making an invitation to propertize also the intangible. So I think that we need to think much more, in the context of GLAM institutions, the physical space is as important as what's restricted by intellectual property. And then the third thing is, and this comes out again, is that copyright is not the thing that's going to deliver here. We can put a whole lot of stuff in what's been described as the negative space of copyright. I don't even like that language. I mean, negative is not a great word. I mean, maybe, if you're negative to COVID, negativity is a good word, but negativity generally is not like the kind of most glorious word to characterize something with. But in any case, we can put things in the public domain or the commons, but I think that's not enough here. We need to pay attention to other bodies of law. We need to take the values of cultural heritage protection, and we need to take them seriously. Cultural heritage is one of the great unsung areas of international law. Somehow it's been there for a long time, predates UNESCO, of course, as we all know, but it's almost like it's hidden in plain sight. We need to take much more notice of it. And I am so grateful to this panel for the fantastic things they said about these issues. And I finished, almost in 8 minutes. Thank you so much.
Then I can present Elke Kellner. Where is Elke? There. Can you come?
I have a microphone, so I'm
that's
ready to use that
also
one.
that should work. And she's a board member of the International Council of Museums, ICOM, and managing director of ICOM in Austria. Please have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm a board member of ICOM Europe, so the regional alliance, and my main job is to be the managing director in Austria, and very, very happy to be able to join you. Very honored that I'm invited to comment on this very important research that has been conducted here. Lots of blank spaces for museums. It's for us a very unclear and inconsistent legal framework on copyright. Many of the problems were underlined already in the lectures of today. We have a lack of information, a lack of legal guidance, a lack of resources, and a big area of uncertainty. On the other hand, I couldn't agree more with my colleagues speaking beforehand, Conrad also on indices. The museums are making a democratic access to heritage possible, and it's so important that they're open to the public and that they're able to have this mission to make heritage accessible to the public and not to be confronted with commercial interests that prohibit that. So the broad public access to museums and museum collections is crucial to us. Of course, during the COVID pandemic, there has been quite a change. Many museums had to close, they weren't accessible, they tried to invest in their online programs, and kind of during the second year, we issued questionnaires to our visitors, online visitors, and asked them what were the main focus points they were interested in all the things that museums try to feature. And most of them said that they were visiting websites or information channels or social media to gain more information about objects in the collections, about the exhibitions. They wanted to enjoy themselves, to get distracted from their daily lives, to read some scientific news, to keep them busy with other things than the pandemic. They wanted to be creative, to create memes, to take part in some of the things that were offers, like competitions issued by the social media teams of museums to create memes out of existing artworks, and they have the social interaction and exchange of thoughts that went with those interactions. They were not so much interested in like 3D models of the exhibition halls or to walk through the museum virtually. And I think this very much clarifies the mission of museums. Museums are not for profit. ICOM just last year in summer issued the new museum definitions, which was a long process of discussion, but very important one. So we are not for profit. We're permanent institutions in the service of society. We research, we collect, we conserve, we interpret and exhibit tangible and intangible heritage. We are open to the public, accessible and inclusive. We foster diversity, sustainability, and so on. So these are the core missions of museums, and it was outlined by the speakers before. These are really the service missions we want to bring to society. So this is the most important ones. And as has also been mentioned, copyright laws don't make that mission easier. So the papers have been discussed, and some of the main points we really want to underline is that it is necessary from our viewpoint to clarify in the law, in the copyright law, that certain acts of reproductions are part of the museum's public interest mission, like preservation and restoration, like education, research or study, like digital inventories or inventories for loans, and simply the broad public access to collections is necessary. Lots of that has changed already. People want to use social media, they want to take selfies in the collections, they want to interact with those artworks, they want to see those objects listed in online inventories, they want to access those, and so on and so on. And it's I think a very, very good tendencies, and makes artworks and cultural heritage more accessible to the public. So it is necessary in our view to manifest exceptions for museums, to provide those services for society, and to harmonize copyright law from the European to all the member states, because it's very confusing. Every member state has different laws, and museum people are normally not the experts on those. They don't have the resources. Maybe big institutions can, but as has been mentioned before, they're not the financial resources. There's not enough legal counseling. One part of those copyright of photos, reproductions of artwork, visual art, also is that due to those limitations, museums can't really feature artworks from contemporary, from living artists. So within the 70-year frame, it's required to have copyright permission. So, and that costs a lot of money because private companies control those licenses for the artists mostly. In Austria, there's a state law that advises one specific private company to be the license holder and to work with the artists on those licenses. So it's hard for the museums to find an agreement that is not too costly for them. So most of the museums don't have the financial resources, and so artworks of living artists are not shown in online inventories, in catalogs and other representations. I think this is very bad also for the contemporary art world. So we need legal security for museum and staff members. We need to simplify the process, maybe have effective collective licensing systems all over Europe that would ease it up. And those licensing systems should not only focus on the commercial value, but as I said, there need to be exceptions for the museums. And we should develop guidelines of due diligence or professional practice that could be used. But our focus is to have open access for the museum collections and make them reusable for the public. Thank you.
And then we have our last expert. You will stay where you are, Stefano. Stefano Parrizzi is the way, I don't know whether I pronounce it correctly, is director of the Public Library Network in Milan. He was also he was vice president of Eblida. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, last but not least, I hope. And thank you to the reCreating Europe team for inviting me, and compliments for the huge work you have done. So, I would like to stress three main points, because in 2019, we as librarians, when the copyright in the digital single market directive was approved, we thought it was a step forward for libraries, because it contains some provision that seemed to be useful for libraries. But when theory comes to the ground, things changes. And what the apparent flexibility turn in uncertainty. I can bring some example of this, but one is for sure the case with the use of out-of-commerce work. The provision is too complex to be applicated in the right way, especially in massive digitization campaign. And this complexity is augmented when the directive comes to the national law. Because, for instance, in Italy, we are still waiting for Godot. That is, we are waiting for the collective license that could negotiate between the society and the cultural heritage institution. But the national legislator had a provision that for out-of-commerce work we have to presume a product that is no longer available through common commercial channel in the last 10 years, you know. But I can guess, I can imagine that in Austria or elsewhere should be or could be different, okay? This is the first one. Apparent flexibility, that means in real world uncertainty and complexity. And this uncertainty calls for lack of clarity. I totally agree with the statement, the finding of the project, that we need, the GLAM professional need more IPR knowledge and training. This is mandatory because it's really difficult to deal with this complex legal framework. And the problem is mainly, in my opinion, that we as professionals do not take advantage of all the room for maneuver granted by the current legislation. Yes. So more training and more supervising from legal experts. We need so. But the third and the last point I would like to stress is one of the 6 main points of the guideline document that you selected in the documentation of the project, public lending. Because public lending was, until 1992, a free utilization, and now is an exclusive right of owner. And in the digital space, from 2001 directive, e-books are not books but services, as you know. Because Article 3 of the directive established in Europe the right of communication to the public as a right whose enjoyment must be authorized on a case-by-case basis by the holders of the right, you know. And we have, after many years, 2 rulings of the European Court of Justice that teach us that we can digitize and make available a book that libraries own in their collection, but the digital-born content, the e-books, has a completely different story. And the problem is that publisher or right holder can deny libraries access to content. It's not matter to sign some licenses, but publisher can deny access to contents. This is the reality. This is the reason why Eblida, for instance, delivered in the last days, in the last week, this handbook of comparative lending policies in European public libraries, for instance. It shows that e-lending in libraries is a formidable instrument for promoting e-books. Probably nobody knows that in Europe, in public library in euros, the lending books of paper books is 10 or more 10 times than the e-books. And I don't know, it's a question I pose to the audience, whether this is a failure of market or a big success of publishers, you know? From the point of view of libraries, for sure, it's a success is a failure of market. But, you know, I'm coming to the end. How do we get out of this? Certainly a regulatory provision for a compulsory model license that does not exclude library from this market of offering content by publisher unilateral decision would be a first step, provided that the mechanism is designed in a simpler way than for out-of-commerce work. We have some signals, some sign that something is moving in a positive direction. I advise you that in the next few years, the Council of Ministry of Culture of the Council of Europe will deliver a recommendation for policy in library for state members that contains some provision, also some recommendation also for copyrights. Thank you.
So, we still have time for 2-3 questions, because everyone respected the time. I know you're struggling with the need for an answer, whether you want an answer to your question or you want coffee, but I would suggest that we first go for a question. And the audience gets the preference this time, or the first choice. I have a question there, if the mic can travel. Yes, it can. Or you can come up, because you are really in the dark.
Hi, so my question is, copyright could be characterized as the monopolization of control of access, but in one sense it's not the only way to monopolize this control of access. There are other examples, for instance, also public museums, they digitalize their works and then they make it available on platforms such as Scala Archives that then license it to other commercial users. So my question is copyright reform sufficient for the liberalization of culture, or would we need something more like rights to access or use cultural content? Thanks.
And the question is addressed to, or whoever wants. Konrad is eager to answer.
Do you hear me? Okay. Short answer, of course, is not enough. And that's why in our project we have also the bigger, we call them, recommendation, which is addressed directly for cultural heritage institutions, that they need to change their mind and change their attitude, how they perceive their role, not like an old gatekeepers, but like enabler and somebody who just, helps audience participate to reuse and to reshare all those things. So of course, this is not enough. This is just one part of the story.
Is there another question from the public? Then I'm looking at my speakers. Does some of you want to respond to one of the observations or comments?
Yes, thanks. I completely agree with Conrad. Reforming copyright is not sufficient, because as the result of our work shows, we need to intervene also in data regulation and cultural institution regulation. Paolo Guarda talked about the Italian case, but this is only an example of the use of public regulation about a cultural institution in order to achieve a result similar to the property law, because the idea of Gallerie dell'Accademia di Venezia is to achieve a perfect control over the image of Uomo Vitruviano of Leonardo da Vinci. And this is, again, only one of many examples. probably because this problem is connected also to the need to find funding to expand the functions of cultural institutions. And we face a very similar problem also in the university system. We need funding, but the public funding, for example, in Italy, is going down, and we are trying to catch money in other ways, also through intellectual property rights. And this is a very big problem because, for example, in technology transfer, because there is a clash between the scope of a university as cultural institution, open cultural institution, and the use of intellectual property rights. Think about, for example, the patents on vaccines against COVID-19. This is only an example of this contradiction. So for sure, reforming copyright law is not sufficient, but it is important also from a symbolic point of view. I think the next challenge is to frame what I call pseudo-intellectual property. The use of other systems, not in private law, for example, data regulation, in order to achieve a perfect control of data, information, and machines. And this is a very big challenge, and probably the topic of the next research project.
Okay, last reply.
Just to take the minutes that I did not have to explain what we did with this project. I just want to clarify something. When we say that we need to train and make cultural institutions aware of the law, of copyright law, thank you very much, we did not really intend to instruct them. And I think this is something that we have to clarify. So we have to train them, but not to impose any knowledge on them, just make the law more understandable, clarify it. So it's not just about providing information, but really clarify the law first and engage and work closely with them. I think that in this project we learn that without engagement with the cultural heritage institutions, there is no legal reform. So it's like there is no purpose for us just to reflect and to theorize principles if we don't know how to apply them, if you don't hear from them how they really understand and can apply the law. And I think this is something that it's important. I also take this event as an opportunity to make it better. So I really like the emphasis that, for instance, Estelle made on making content understandable, make it even appealing, engaging, and it's something that we still have to work a lot on. Because if we really want to engage with them and make them aware of the law, we just have to give up the way we have been doing things for a very long time. We really have to recreate ourselves, to rethink about the way we communicate the law, we communicate knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last applause for all the speakers. And I think Katerina has something, a message for us before we get a coffee.
Yes, it's just to say that we have 15 minutes sharp and not a second more this time for, for the coffee break where you had the lunch. Then we're going to resume with the last panel that will last an hour, and then we're going to have the final cocktail. Thank you very much.
And the heart, I would have
Thank you. Thank you. It is very effective. It's sort of
love him, but they made me have a bit.
to stop with overblocking. And I think the difficulty there is who's going to be sufficiently competent, because what we have seen in these sectors where you have non-lawyers but they need to be copyright specialists, like in cultural heritage, universities, publishers, is actually they'll want to work with rules as much as possible.
I think it was Sebastian's point, but I think
Okay, good afternoon. We're starting shortly. Come and sit down. It's the last session of the day, people. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last session of today's fabulous conference. And I'd like to briefly add my congratulations to Katerina and the team for completing such a wonderful project. I'm Tanya Applin, I'm from King's College London, and I'll be chairing this session this evening in time for us to make drinks as planned. So this session is on intermediaries, and we have a number of speakers today. We have João Pedro Quintas from the University of Amsterdam, Peter Metze from the University of Szeged, Sebastian Schwimmer from the University of Copenhagen, and also Christian Katzenbach and Daria Dercheva from the University of Bremen. So, without further ado, we're going to launch into presentations. João, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Great to be here again. So I know we are traditionally the last ones between you and the cocktails and dinner, so we'll try to make this as interesting and concise as possible. So what we're going to do today is we're going to cover the work in our work package 6 on intermediaries and copyright content moderation. We'll first discuss the legal mapping work, then the legal normative analysis, and then the empirical mapping and evaluation. And then we'll end with some concluding thoughts. Now, introduction and overview of the project. This is the team. We're all of us here now except the Copenhagen colleagues that are online, and Sebastian will present online, so hopefully that will work well. You don't really need to read this, but this is to give you an idea of all the work that was involved here in the 3 stages of mapping, evaluation, and measuring, and policy recommendations that will come out hopefully next week. And to give you an idea of the work that has gone through this whole process as a cohesive unit for the past 3 years and almost 3 months. Now, going directly to the legal mapping. So what is the current landscape of copyright content moderation in the EU? So I think it's important to have a sort of timeline of events because it's quite complicated, right? So after the implementation of the CDSM, the approval of the CDSM directive, and until implementation, you already had activity at the Commission level. That's the blue color code there, where under Article 1710, the Commission started stakeholder dialogues. Then they came into a guidance that was a bit of a tug of war between the Commission and the AG on the Polish case that challenged the validity of Article 17. But at the same time that this was happening, so implementation of Article 17 with guidance, challenging the validity in the Poland case. There was also an interpretation of the pre-existing law, the InfoSoc directive, on whether or not it would apply to online platforms such as YouTube, which was the poster child for the enactment of Article 17. At the same time this was happening, regulation for intermediaries and online platforms was taking place at a horizontal level with the replacement of the e-commerce directive, replacement in addition through the Digital Services Act. So we'll come back to that because there is relevance of the Digital Services Act to copyright content moderation too. So against this really complex background that went through all our period of research and we had to adjust to it, the stage of legal mapping, the stage of mapping including both the mapping of the legal framework, this line of new framework that was emerging, with empirical work. I will talk about the legal mapping at EU level, Peter will talk at national level, and then later on, Christian will talk about the empirical part of the mapping along with the measurement that we've done and the evaluation. Now, from the legal standpoint at the European Union level, we had a number of findings, but I want to highlight just 3 to give an idea of what we're talking about here. At the level of freedom of expression and permissible filtering, which is the main discussion on the upload filters that we had throughout the legislative process and now in the implementation, suggests that we are now with a new bipolar copyright system or bifurcated copyright system, and also identify some regulatory gaps that are not dealt with in the copyright framework. Now, first on the freedom of expression and permissible filtering, the main discussion that we had throughout the legislative process and later on was whether or not we could apply so-called ex-ante filtering measures to prevent supposedly copyright infringing content on platforms. And this came to a head in the EC guidance, which took a kind of nuanced approach and suggested ex-ante filtering is only permitted for two types of content: manifestly infringing content, and that kind of matched well with the legal framework and interpretation of the court, but also this category of earmarked content that did not be manifestly infringing. This was a bit problematic because not being manifestly infringing created an issue of whether or not this was compliant with fundamental rights, especially freedom of expression of users. Now, the AG opinion afterwards came, and basically the AG a few days later said, well, the EC guidance didn't come in time for me to assess it, but let me add a postscriptum to my opinion and say that in my view this is incompatible with the fundamental rights compliant reading of the legislation. And on top of it, then we had the judgment of the Court of Justice that, although it did not mention earmarked content in any way, actually suggested that filtering and blocking systems would only be allowed ex ante for manifestly infringing content, interpreted, in our view, in a more restrictive way than that which the Commission interpreted. So that's kind of our first significant finding that should be applicable also vis-a-vis national lawmakers and courts. The second finding is a little bit more complex, which is this emergence of, and this is a little homage to Alexandra Poikert, who couldn't be here today, who had an article almost 20 years ago about a bipolar copyright system. And the new bipolar copyright system that we have is whether or not, as a platform, you qualify as an online content sharing service provider, this beautiful acronym of OCSSP, or not. Because the consequences are quite important. If you are an OCSSP, then you're subject to the Article 17 regime, which has a default of direct liability and obligation of licensing, and imposes a new regime for preventive measures, including the regime of imposing some sort of filtering measures for manifestly infringing content in our view, plus complaint and redress, and also under the court's interpretation, user rights. If you are not an OCSSP, if you don't qualify like that, if you're excluded from the definition or you don't meet the positive definition, then you're subject to the regime of the Article 3 InfoSoc Directive, and then to the hosting safe harbor of Article 14 of the E-Commerce Directive that is now replaced by the Digital Services Act, plus the interpretation of the court in 30 cases on communication to the public up to this day, including most recently YouTube and Ciando. Now, things get even more complicated because actually the Digital Services Act applies complementarily to the Article 17, but obviously also comes to replace the E-Commerce Directive, so it would apply also to non-CSSPs in an even broader way. Now, what we are actually not mentioning in our research, but is kind of a logical conclusion, is because the Digital Services Act imposes a series of due diligence obligations on platforms, what that means is that for non-OCSSPs, you could even challenge whether or not the findings in the case law on communication to the public apply fully, because actually a lot of those are about duties of care of platforms that would have to comply with them not to be liable, but now those platforms are complying with obligations under the Digital Services Act. So in a way, a lot of what national laws have been doing under their competence and duties of care actually may be preempted now by the DSA, and this is not something actually that has been discussed much or at all in scholarship so far. Now, finally, we also identified regulatory gaps, and those are quite important, right? We're talking about content moderation, so this is a sort of mapping of the legal definition in the Digital Services Act. But if we look at this definition, we map on what the EU copyright framework actually regulates, we notice that it's not all of it. And importantly, it doesn't regulate rules or content moderation on content that is not illegal, copyright infringement, but also at the content level here, it does not regulate measures of visibility, demotion, and demonetization. And one would think, okay, João, but why are you talking about this? Is this important? Well, the whole discussion on Article 17 was about risks of chilling freedom of expression, filtering, but actually when you look at numbers in transparency platforms, it comes to the fore that the vast majority of copyright claims, for example, in Content ID, are about monetization. So if this is where the action is, then we have to consider whether or not we have not been mostly discussing something that is very important, but actually forgetting the other elephant, or the elephant in the room, which is rules of monetization by platforms. So this is my part, and then I will pass on to Peter for the national level mapping.
Thank you, João. Thank you, João. Guys, we were making a little bit of fun about the fact that I have 4 minutes to speak now, and I already used 5 seconds of that. So let me quickly go through what the SEGET team has done in Work Package 6. It's already mentioned that we carried out some analysis of the national implementation as well as the analysis of the legal status quo of intermediaries in selected member states. I'm not wasting your time with the methodology, but let me flag that we selected 10 member states originally, and I think we have done some kind of success here, because from the 10 countries, 8 countries have implemented Article 17 by around February, March last year, plus we also had a Swedish proposal, and at the same time, around February and March, we only had 12 countries in the European Union having implemented Article 17. So in other words, the sample of our research was quite big to reach the conclusion what I'm going to present to you right now. Again, just as I did in Work Package 2, I mentioned that we carried out a 2-phase research. Again, the implementation deadline was just in the middle of the project, so we first checked how the legal system works in the 10 selected countries with respect to the liability of intermediaries, end-user liability, notice and takedown questions, complaint and redress mechanisms, as well as enforcement against private users. And we noticed that, and we concluded ultimately that Article 17 was timely and needed. There were serious differences in these member states with respect to these questions I mentioned to you. I will also show you a little bit of further information on that on the coming slide. But before doing that, I also flagged that in the 2nd phase research, we analyzed how the selected member states, minus Portugal, which had its own political issues at that time, implemented Article 17. And we found something which was actually out there in the blogosphere at the beginning of last year, throughout the whole year. I think it's an implementation patchwork. You will see that the building blocks of the Article 17 regime was implemented in so many different ways in these countries that we cannot conclude that the harmonization reached its complete or full goals. With respect to the first phase research, we have a lot of things to say, but let me only highlight a few of these. For example, with respect to content moderation, we noticed at least 6 different approaches in the 10 selected member states, ranging from statutory provisions through the mixture of statutory and case law provisions to actually nothing. There were quite a lot of divergency in this question in the 10 countries. Similarly to that, in the 10 countries, there was no uniform approach to the limitations and exceptions introduced mandatorily under Article 17.7. There were countries that had quotation and or parody exceptions, but not all of them have introduced these questions preceding the CDSM directive. In other words, again, that was necessary to a certain degree. And finally, last point out there, something which is a very interesting question for many of us. How do we classify limitations and exceptions? Are they user rights? And we found out that in 70% of the member states, this approach is not followed, at least preceding the CDSM directive. The majority of the countries treat limitations and exceptions only as defensive rather than affirmative or substantive rights. With respect to the 2nd phase research, and I try to stay as short as possible, we grouped the 9 countries into 3 tiers. We believe that there were a few countries who did certain kind of above the average detailed implementation of Article 17. These were Germany, and the Swedish proposal showed also certain amount of high level of creativity. Some other countries like Estonia, France, and the Netherlands introduced a smaller number of creative solutions during the implementation process, but actually the majority of the countries follow the so-called copy-paste or quite restrictive or defensive approach in implementing Article 17. I think that's my point, and I press escape, and yes, if we see it properly, Sebastian is the next person who is going to continue our presentation here.
Hello everyone from the online world, I hope you can hear me well. I'm happy to now present some of the findings of the legal normative analysis on copyright content moderation. Since I'm only joining online, I feel not so stressed with time. I won't have the drinks. No, joke aside, I will stick to my assigned time.
I will interrupt you if I need to.
Wonderful. I will stick to my assigned time. What we basically do in the normative assessment of legal work, first of the legal framework, first of all, it's important to recall that this, of course, builds upon the legal mapping that we conducted that pointed towards this fragmented EU landscape, but also the complexity and elasticity of the framework, which comes with all these interesting questions of overlaps and interplays. And in the normative assessment, what we were basically interested in is one, legal normative analysis of the existing public and private legal frameworks with regards to intermediaries and cultural diversity. And secondly, in basically three different perspectives, come with normative perspectives for improvement of copyright content moderation. The first one regarding the quality of automated content moderation, a second one coming with a concept or a theory of rough justice for internet intermediaries from the perspective of EU copyright law, and the third one regarding the role of bias and training data in copyright content moderation. And there's also interesting relation, I think, to content recommendation and a connection to the presentation we heard this morning by Niva on data sets and so on, as well as the work in Web Package 3. Now, all of these normative angles, however, I think relate to and raise the question of whether and how it is actually possible to measure the impact on content moderation on access and diversity. So, hooray for mandatory access regimes for researchers. But the important question, of course, is how these can be operationalized for the study of content moderation. And Christian and Daria will tell you also more about that soon. So regarding the first point, the quality of automated content moderation. A first question, of course, is what is the benchmark for decision quality if we look at content moderation? What can we take as a starting point? And obviously within copyright, the substantive legal rules, both by the copyright framework, but also the intermediary liability framework are the starting point, as well as private rules, so the community guidelines or terms and conditions inter partes, since they are allowed under the existing legal framework, whereas maybe users' normative perception is not really a useful benchmark in this exercise. And really this exercise is an exercise of major simplification. So quality in simple terms of these moderation decisions should be able to be expressed in a way of correct and false results. And here we also work with the assumption that quality of content moderation really is correlated to access to culture, simply because this balance is embedded already in the existing copyright framework and the existing intermediary liability framework. And that leads then to four potential outcomes. Copyright infringing material that is taken down, or copyright protected material that is not infringing and not taken down. True negatives, so no error is present. And then quite popularly used the expressions of false positive and false negatives. So what happens when copyright infringing material is not taken down, a case of under enforcement, a tape 2 error, or what happens if copyright protected material is not infringing but wrongly taken down, so the case of over enforcement. And one of the questions we raise here is what error rate really, or what quality standard really is acceptable under the legal framework. And there's two starting points, both in the Digital Services Act and the Copyright DSM Directive for this. So if we look at the DSA, for example, in the context of transparency reporting that applies to all intermediary service providers in Article 15, there's a reflection of accuracy. Similarly, in another context, in the context of Good Samaritan actions, so the voluntary actions by any intermediary service provider, including online platforms, it is noted that technology must be sufficiently reliable to limit to the maximum extent possible the rate of errors. If we turn towards the copyright DSM directive, Article 17, paragraph 7, of course, kind of points to this, that the application of the article shall not result in the prevention of uninfringing uses, and 17.9, that it shall, in fact, in no way affect legitimate uses. Similarly, as Joao already pointed out, the European Commission's guidance on Article 17 mentions that to restore legitimate content ex post would not be enough for the application, and thus in principle limits it to manifestly infringing uploads. And then Advocate General Ö, in the Polish case that was mentioned before, notes that a negligible number of cases of false positives must be the case, and error rates should be as low as possible. So this leaves us with this interesting perspective of that both the DSA and the Copyright DSM Directive say something on the quality of content moderation and error rates, and it clearly is not zero, but there is very little as to what it is. Of course, it's also interesting or important to recall that the error rate as such, given the huge amounts of information and copyright protected material that is moderated, is maybe not the useful or most useful metric in the first place. What this also means is there has been a lot of focus on ex post mitigation mechanisms in both the DSA and the Copyright DSM Directive. But what is ex ante and what is going on there? And what we propose is that quality of content moderation really as a separate factor might play a role in this. The second point that I briefly want to introduce to you is this model of rough justice developed mainly by Thomas Ries. And that really starts with the idea of the traditional legal perception of a fair trial as a measure scale that isn't really useful in the context of online platforms and needs to be modified. And there's basically three suggestions or three routes where these modifications could take place, of course, in the view of post-DSA and post-copyright DSM directive. So procedural rules, for example, the question of increasing transparency into how content moderation works. There's an interesting relation to the Trade Secrets Directive. Also, the appeal process as such, I think, is something, or is argued in this model, that is interesting and to look at further. A second point is already mentioned, substantive rules on what to moderate could create a counterweight to over-enforcement and reduce the moderation of incompatible but legal content. And there is an obvious relation to human rights, for example, in regards to the terms and conditions of platforms, which also in the DSA, of course, is interesting to explore further. The last point that this model puts forward is the competences of humans involved. And whereas it doesn't make a lot of sense to look at training and working conditions in terms of mandating them, like spend the time spent per decision, there might still be options for improving transparency, for example, regarding the internal criteria for the appropriate qualification and working conditions. And lastly, the third proposal regards the question of context and bias in content moderation. And as you've seen, Article 17, paragraph 7 really requires with parody, criticism, and review an assessment of contextual uses. And what that also means is that if more advanced technologies are actually needed, what is the potential link between the conditional data access regimes to those training data and content moderation performed through data-intensive technologies? And some of the questions that are interesting to ask here regard whether and how property rights and data influence a potential carryover effect, and also, of course, what measures should be adopted to mitigate this effect in order to ensure this effective protection of fundamental rights. And this is maybe also keeping in mind that the Court of Justice in the Poland case recognizes user rights as a first step, so wouldn't then addressing biases and errors concealed in the technology a second step in practice, maybe also in relation to the AI Act. These are the three things that I wanted to present. Here follows a QR code if you want to read more on that report, and I'll lead over to Christian, and I think and hope I stayed to my time.
Thank you very much, Sebastian.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
This is coming off your
All right.
time, by the way.
All right, my name is Christian Katzenbach. I'm presenting on behalf of Daria Degacheva and me on research that I've been doing in the past 3 years together with a team in Berlin and Bremen from a social science perspective, particularly communication studies, on questions on how to do empirical research, understanding, and then also maybe evaluating copyright content moderation and its impact then on access and diversity as one of the overarching themes of this consortium project. In our part of the work, as in actually most sub-projects, we had these kind of two phases. The first one was on understanding and mapping platforms, copyright content moderation, specifically with a view to policies and technologies. And the second phase where we tried to measure the impact of such structures on access to culture and diversity. So I start with the first one. Probably you're all more or less familiar with such kinds of policies, community guidelines, but also more specific copyright policies on platforms, websites, or some have also branched out this into dedicated transparency centers such as Meta, but also YouTube. So this was more or less kind of the subject of our first phase, looking at those platform policies from quite a big chunk of different platforms. We divided that in mainstream, alternative, and kind of specialized platforms. And we collected over a long period of time, as you see or maybe not see in this spreadsheet, mostly from the beginning of such platforms until 21. The different versions of those platform policies. Terms of service, community guidelines, copyright policies, and other types of documents. And we collected those with different types of measures, with a lot of challenges actually to do this archival work. And then we retraced kind of the changes and the dynamics actually in those copyright policies. So on a kind of very highly aggregated level, you see here in the first slide, just a very, I'm not actually seeing it, a very stark increase in general of documents, of words, of types of documents. So you see kind of a build-up of the inventory of kind of private order regulation. The platforms have built up their policies over time. Actually over that that's the time of the build-up of kind of the new web as we know it with a platform. So we did a lot of new policy documents. Mentions to rules are increasing as well, so we categorized that according to different types of rules and expectations, as you see here now in the legend for this graphic. If we get a bit more on the content, what's happening there, you see that we see a slight shift towards kind of more power and more platform rights and less to kind of user rights, more user obligations and more automation in general of the types of kind of enforcement of those policies. Then in the second part of this first phase, we also look at how do these platforms moderate that on scale, which is also not an easy thing to do research on. So we did some desk research. We reached out to some of the platforms involved, trying to map a bit how do these platforms use technology, as Sebastian has said, automated content moderation, specifically with a view to copyright, and we tried to map that out. I think for us, one of the most interesting results was not only this aspect of like overblocking, underblocking, in terms of the automated means on the level of content, but there's kind of a strong organizational process. I mean, not surprisingly involved. So how do you register for those types of systems? So who is actually, for who are these types of measures kind of available? What's the level in terms of, for example, products you need to kind of upload in order to be legible to those systems? What types of content are available? So that's something we need to take into account when looking and also when evaluating such systems. So that was the first phase, where we try to understand and map how do these platforms do and enact copyright content moderation. The second phase was quite challenging. I mean, the first phase was also challenging, but the second one was very challenging because there we did kind of write ourselves into the proposal, the task of measuring the kind of impact this has on access to culture and diversity in the spirit of the consortium project. But how do you do that? We took kind of a triangular approach that you see here with 3 different studies, actually. So the first one was working with aggregated data. So what do the platform themselves report in their kind of increasing and growing, particularly transparency reports about the accuracy, for example, of automated content moderation, how much items have retracked, etc. Second approach was trying to look at the content level. So what's the availability? That's probably the core that you would expect us to do. So how has kind of diversity on certain platforms increased or decreased over time, maybe due to copyright regulations, as was some of the concerns, particularly about Article 17, that might decrease diversity in a kind of full filtering system. And the third approach that we took was to interview and actually ask cultural creators what are their experiences with platforms, copyright, content moderation. So what's the impact on them, on their creative practices? So this was what we have done, how we have kind of come to grip with that important but also very challenging question. And I will now only kind of really dip into some aspects of that challenge and of those findings. So if you look at the level of what kind of data do different platforms disclose in those transparency reports, you see, maybe not surprisingly, kind of a strong trend towards more and more types of data. So the more dark kind of the area in this heat map gets, the more platforms in that specific year in the column are reporting that kind of data. So you see, of course, an increase. If you look more in detail, you see actually also in a way, a bit of kind of a standardization or kind of a co-orientation between platforms, what kind of data they disclose. But if you want then try to compare those on an actual really kind of content level, it's getting very hard because it's not standardized, not surprisingly. So it's very hard to do the actual numbers, to really do the math on it. So compare, I don't know, the accuracy of Meta or Facebook versus YouTube, or the accuracy of this platform versus the other, because they sometimes use different categories and sometimes use different time frames. Often you don't have the full amount of content, like the actual number, but only like the share. And so you need to do a lot of kind of back and forth computing in trying to achieve that. So yeah, you see a lot of more reporting about copyright removal data, in general about content moderation data, so that's definitely a very good trend. If you want to understand what's really happening then, in terms of the questions that we are interested in, specifically like effect of the EU legislation already, maybe some first anticipation of the national implementations, it's very hard to interpret that. I mean, in general, I think we do see a general increase in copyright-related numbers and content moderation in these reports, if you look at it across the different platforms, but it's very hard to kind of align it with an interpretation that goes into hand with what's happening on the kind of governance of platforms level. So that was the first study. The second study, content level. So we tried to look at the content level, what's happening. So in that case, we looked at YouTube. So I'm very happy that Cedric is also here today. Thanks for that. So we tried to understand, is there, in the period that we have observed from 2019 to 2021, is there or 2022 actually, in the beginning of 22, is there a change in the types of content and the numbers of content that we could kind of cluster or understand as diversity when it comes to content, which is, as you can maybe imagine, quite a hard thing to do. What we did was to match the content that we have scraped and get through different means with a 2019 study on like 1% of YouTube. And we tried to check is the content still there, or is it blocked or kind of deleted in the meantime. We also kind of tried to assess the existing content and then compare it with this old 2019 study. So that's one way in order to understand what has changed, because it's always hard to get kind of exposed data on the past. What we see is that we've seen, in comparison to other studies, high level of kind of deletion or blockage with that number, 3.8%. What we cannot say is, what does this exactly has to do with copyright regulation? Because we don't have any metadata on the reasons of blocking or deletion. What we then did, we compared it with other studies in terms of what types of content is this, and is this particularly kind of probable that this is due to copyright? Because we know, for example, that film and animation stuff, entertainment, gaming stuff, is particularly often being blocked for copyright reasons, but maybe not for political or other reasons. And so we believe there is kind of some kind of copyright backgrounds to this, but it's hard, again, to interpret. We also try to differentiate between countries that might have a different status of implementation of the copyright directive, or that have different legal backgrounds. And we do have some differences according to diversity, but it's, again, like very hard to interpret if there is kind of a direct link. I mean, we also know the national implementation is not there, or is kind of very new at the point where we got the data. So again, very hard to interpret. Third study, interviewing the creators. What do they say? We kind of pulled actually out of the pool that Joost Poort and his team in Amsterdam have been surveying in that big survey for Work Package 3 on authors, and did then in-depth interviews with a subset of those, and talked with them a lot about copyright content moderation and their experiences. And what we learn is that they actually do a lot of anticipation. They know this is an issue, and they know they might get blocked, there might be problems, so it's actually really changing their creative practices. We can dive into that more if there's time, but currently I don't have the time. So what you see is that we try to kind of circle around the actual question with these three approaches, and did have a really hard time. What we see is there is changes, but it's very hard to relate it to kind of that external factor, let's say, of European Union copyright regulation that is changing in this period of time. What I like to close on is research needs data access, which has kind of become very visible and kind of tangible in our own research. For phase 1, we kind of helped ourselves, and as a kind of a spin-off project of this research project, we founded the Platform Governance Archive with all the data that I've been talking to you about in the first phase of the project. So this is now a collection of all platform policies of major platforms, starting from 25, I believe. Not only copyright stuff, but also community guidelines concerning hate speech, misinformation, etc. So go to platformgovernancearchive.org and use the data if you like for your own research if you're interested in that. For the second phase, that's much more challenging because we are relying there on the platforms to actually give us the data, because that's content level data. Some have some APIs, but the tendency is rather to close this down, or to kind of downsize this, or raise the costs, as Twitter is doing it currently. So this is really kind of a call, and part of our recommendations also tomorrow, kind of really robust data access clauses, so that we can actually do the research on those matters that are really important and relevant. And finally, it's, I think, also actually a call to kind of build expertise and institutions that then do that kind of on a permanent, more or less basis, or at least on continuing basis. Because in academia, we have kind of these cycles of projects of like 3 years. We build up the expertise to do this, and then kind of the postdocs go to another place or something like that. But now we're starting to build up these different observatories, but it's not currently a very permanent thing. So I think we, and maybe with the help of European Union institutions or others, we should really kind of build up expertise and institutionalize this kind of research.
Well, thank you very much to our speakers. We turn now to our respondents, and first of all to Cedric Manara, who is the head of copyright at Google.
Thank you, Professor Applin. And since I'm one of the last speakers, I would like to thank all the researchers who contributed to this project. I learned so much today. I learned so much reading the reports before today. It's an extraordinary work that will inform our practice, so thank you for this. And also I would like to thank the nice people over there, the transcribers. I'm hearing impaired, so it was really useful to have the caption. Thank you. So 3 years of work, I have 5 minutes to bomb, shell everything. It's really rude of me, but really, because we're talking about copyright content moderation, so your choice was to build upon the definition of moderation in the DSA. That's the definition you studied from. And the definition is, that you chose is that this is how hosting providers, because you studied hosting providers, will detect, identify, address copyright infringing content, and they will apply a remedy, which will be to demote the content, demonetize it, remove it, or terminate the account. I'd like to start from there because I'm not entirely sure it relates to my own practice. Detect, identify, address, yes. Demotion, I'm not really sure demotion exists in the context of hosting providers. Maybe with the exception of geo-blocking that you briefly discussed at some point. Geo-blocking might be a form of demotion, I don't know. But that's something which I was puzzled to read this. So demotion to me doesn't exist. Demonetization, yes, it's something that exists for the subset of rights holders who claim the subset of videos on YouTube through Content ID. But that's really, I would say this is the exception. Demonetization is typically not a remedy that exists. And I would say that for the hosting providers in general, the only remedy that exists is removal. We don't have the choice. Either we leave the content up or we keep it down. And in that respect, Article 17, I would say, for all CSSPs, increases the liability we have and thus will make us move even more, we will lean towards removing rather than not removing because of the increased liability we have. That's something which is hard to document, but I would like to explain it with a case. And this case, by the way, João Pedro, will be also a way to answer to your nice schizophrenic approach of bipolar bifurcation of liability or something. There's something even more tragic or even more important at stake here. It's that we're talking about copyright content moderation and its impact on culture. That's the overall goal of the reCreating Europe project. So this is a story. I will use a case to explain this. It's November 2021, end of November 2021, 6 months before the French presidency election, the most important election in France. And a high-profile politician uses YouTube to say he will run for president. The video is on YouTube, exclusively on YouTube, very important. And in the hours that follow, TV channel says we cannot show the video because it's full of excerpts of videos which are infringing copyright. So they don't show the video, and progressively the conversation moves to this politician who runs for president. It wasn't a surprise to YouTube has this video which is infringing, right? And so the question is, what do? We are in OCSSP, we have to keep the video up or we have to take it down. In the hours that follow, we receive notices to remove the content. So what do? Do you remove the content because there's evident infringing, or do you take the risk to keep it up in the context where people say, this is infringing, YouTube should keep it, should take it down? And also, yes, you try to build up, whether, do you have the right to leave it there? Here, the conflicting approach of the guidance of the European Commission and the Polish case is extremely painful in practice because you don't know what you have to do. And your decision will actually impact speech, will actually impact what stays online. So, fast forward to March, for 4 months, we kept the video up. That's our risk, right? That's our decision. By the way, on behalf of the user who never never used its Article 17.7 user right to say, hey, it should stay up. So much this morning, Professor Gangas talked about the awareness, that users don't know. 17 don't know about. The user rights they don't know about. March 31st, I don't remember exactly the date, the Court of Paris decides that the video is actually infringing. And we found out that the parties, the claimants in that case, were the same claimants that sent us notices. What they wanted from us was to remove the video. What they asked to the court was to edit the video, to remove the only 5 or 10 seconds that was infringing on the content they had. That is bifurcation, Joe Pedro. That is bipolar. There's way more power that rights holders may have to control what stays online and what's happening offline. That's very important, I think, to share in the context of a research. The impact on culture is huge, right? And what I'm saying is, what happened, this is a short version of a long story, and really, not knowing what to do, how you articulate freedom of speech, and the new rules on copyright in this context is particularly difficult. Okay, and that's one of the things I wanted to mention. Do you have 2 more minutes, or like 1? Then Paul.
Over to you, Paul.
Okay. Does this need to be on? No. So I'm biased, right? Like I'm sitting here in the same room where we said exactly 5 years ago, and we fought against what was Article 17, right? Like we organized an entire event with a full room, drinks afterwards, and the main purpose of that was to get Article 13, as it was called back then, gone. Like our sort of demand at that time was to delete it. That was still before, 5 years ago, we were still sitting here before the entire discussion, like the 2 votes in the European Parliament took place. A lot of, like, the entire history that Joao and others have just presented happened afterwards. That for context. I'm also sitting here and I'm really thankful to, like, all the researchers on this project, the entire project, because it is, to some degree, a privilege to work alongside, to do your work alongside a bunch of very knowledgeable people who have the means and the resources to actually look into these issues, to produce knowledge around this. Because if I look back at the entire process, this process was mainly driven by people not knowing what they were talking about and what they were fighting about, right? Like this is, the point was made that researchers need access, or research needs access to data, but obviously policymaking needs access to data. And the entire fight about what was Article 13 became Article 17 before it was passed, and the entire fight about the article afterwards happened largely in the absence of any reliable data. Like the Commission did not have access to data, policymakers didn't have access to data, we who opposed, civil society organizations who opposed this, didn't have access to any reliable data. And as a result, this was sort of like a fight in the dark about principles, and with sometimes surprising results, right? Like in the end, like I think we are 5 years later sitting here, and I think I've come to conclude that we're better off having Article 17 on the books right now than if we had managed to delete it. Because imagine Joao's bifurcation scenario and like being like OCSSPs, like these platforms being subject to the case law of the Court of Justice developed on the old copyright regime. It is clear that users would be worse off in that situation. There would be less users' rights. One of the sort of ironies of the political wrangling about Article 17 is that it was politically completely infeasible to make the request to have the quotation and the parody exceptions mandatory exceptions. Like that was one of the asks that we had in the run-up to the copyright reform. That was one of the asks that we had during the entire process, that we wanted to have exceptions that protected fundamental rights to be mandatory. And we got them to some degree through the back door of Article 17 for a small subset of platforms. And I think this obviously, and I think it was alluded to in a couple of presentations, raises questions like in this bifurcation regime, like how fundamental rights can be protected only, or how the fundamental rights protection can be made conditional on the type of platform you're using as to express yourself, which is obviously doesn't make a lot of sense. So for me, looking forward and building on this research is also triggered by Joao's insights on the sort of like situation post the formal research, and like how this regime is becoming one that's more controlled on the European level is almost like, can we imagine somehow including like taking everything that we've learned about the regime that has been established by Article 17 and bring it in a coherent form into something like the DSA itself? Like, can we imagine legislation that is not bifurcated, but that is much clearer to, I guess, platforms, what they need to comply with, but also your point from this morning, to users where they can rely on. Like, if this is really the Digital Services Act, then it should cover all types of expressions on all platforms, and not some weird jigsaw puzzle in here. So I think that's my sort of main encouragement to not, like I think some people pointed to the sort of realities of funded projects that then cease to exist and the knowledge disappears. But like also there's an agenda, there's like some insights that have been generated there, and I hope we can find ways, and to some degree these observatories are promising, and there is a continuity of discussion also. Can we find ways to move this discussion forward? Because clearly what you've described here cannot be the end point and should not be the end point of the situation, how we treat expression on platforms. And I think I leave it at this.
Thank you very much, Paul. That was wonderful. Okay, so we do have time for questions from the audience. We have 5 minutes. Does anyone have a burning question? No? Okay, then I do. Particularly as we've got you on the panel, Cedric, one of the key recommendations coming out of all of this work is around transparency. And transparency to do with content remuneration, transparency to do with content moderation. And question for João is, is there an existing legal lever, or are we having to talk about introducing some kind of mandatory data access? And then to Cedric, what would be the response from industry? And how do sort of, the shield of trade, how do we avoid the shield of trade secrets to kind of thwarting that process? And I think we have to bear in mind there's obviously a trend towards mandatory data access that's going on in the European Union, but it is defined according to certain purposes and certain sectors.
Just use this one. Okay, thank you very much for the question. I'm most interested in learning Cedric's response, so I'll be very quick. Yes, there is legal basis in some national laws, especially in Germany. Section 19 of the new Copyright Act has something there, although it has this problematic provision of reimbursement of the cost of the platform, which I think we need to really be mindful of. And obviously the DSA and Article 40 I think would apply and be very useful here. The question is, as you said, what types of transparency for what? I think it's also a learning process that we ourselves as researchers had to think long and hard. What would we ask if we had the opportunity to ask, and how would we analyze it? And also for some of the information we would want, for example, functioning of algorithms to understand, for example, is this compliant with the requirements of the Court of Justice decision in Poland? That we have not with Google, but with other platforms. We've heard the blocking defense of trade secrets immediately as a non-starter to get any type of information, even high level about that. So indeed, there is an issue there on that interface.
Yeah. So the talking point is the following. Google is at the forefront of transparency. It's very core to what we do. That's the talking point, and we do a lot. I mean, you cited a lot of our data. So I think we're trying to show what we can do. What I've learned, I used to be a researcher. Some of you know what I used to do, and also some of you came to me with requests, say, hey, I'd like to use the data, and I've tried. What I've learned, two things. The first is, we are a publicly traded company, and so not everything we have we can share, because it can be reverse engineered, because it can go against all the rules, and that's something that you cannot overcome. Another thing that I've learned is, Paul, you just reminded what happened 5 years ago. So during the value gap debate, there were a lot of discussions on, what platforms pay or do not pay. And at some point we were fed up with this. We'd like to say how much we actually pay to the industry. And so, we can't, because we have contracts, confidential contracts. And that will allow me to make my last point, the point I didn't make earlier. So we published a blog post saying, we make a transparency offer. We'd like to have all the parties we work with accept that we waive the confidentiality clause so that lawmakers in Brussels have an informed debate. That did not happen. We wanted to disclose information others did not want. So that is my chance to say what I didn't say before. The report you worked on is on regulation of platforms. That's the public rules. Regulation by platforms, that's the private ordering. There's something that you didn't look at, which is hard to look at. It's regulation of platform through private ordering. In other words, what platforms cannot do or have to do because of private agreements. It can be with the partners, it can be insurance. If the insurance coverage you have, say, well, in these edge cases, you have to remove. Then, you have to remove not just because of a regulation, just because you have a private agreement to do that. So these are the things that you also have to keep in mind, which is really hard to document, really hard to share. But it's my chance to say that, is that in the world of copyright content moderation, there are all the rules at play, which are business rules, that should also be part of the conversation.
Thank you. Well, we need to finish there. So if you could join me in thanking all of our panelists.
Thanks a lot for this. This has been a very, very long day, so I'm not going to wrap up any conclusion now. I just want to say two things. The first one is that this work would have never been possible without the great help I received by the great project management board team, so all the WP leaders that helped me in this endeavor. And I'm mentioning Arianna Martinelli for WP2, Jost Port for WP3, Marta Eliadica for WP4, Roberto Casa for WP5, Joao Quintais for WP6, and Andre Recon for WP7. They did a great job in coordinating the single teams and in putting this work together. So I ask you to join me in a big applause for them, for all what they did. This is also to thank the respondents, chairs and respondents, to take their time to be with us in this long day, and you as well, and you people online, because usually we tend to discuss things just between ourselves and not to engage with the broader community. This is what we wanted to do with this final conference, and tomorrow at the Parliament it will be the opportunity to do it with policymakers. This project had this aim, and this final conference was exactly for this reason, so my second thank goes to you for being here with us today and engaging so intensively and with very interesting thoughts and comments with our work. Thanks. When this started in January 2020, I had this very same jacket on me, and I was full of hopes and full of fears, because it was my first time coordinating the project and I needed to grow up in the role. And I hope at the end of the day I managed, but once again, I was just a framework of a great content. I hope that this was just the beginning of something which we put on the plate. For sure it was the beginning of a big friendship and big cooperations, but this final conference really exceeded in the results we presented and the spirit, the good vibes it had. all the best expectation I had. So really, once again, thank you for all this, and let's hope that we will be able to keep on recreating Europe also for a couple of years more together. Thanks. And now let's go to drink.